up. Your eyes take me home, take me to the sky. I got a good feeling. Tell me the only thing you are is mine now. Na, 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 na. I got a good feeling. Na, 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 na. I got a good feeling, good feeling.
Welcome back, everyone. Me pressing wrong buttons, as always.
Not wrong button. You haven't put the Pro Tour in the back end of the software we're using.
Yeah, as it's down as slideshow video maker. It's the one above Gezi and Johnny, I think.
No idea.
Anyway, welcome back. Pro Tour action. Excuse my backdrop. I'm down in Portsmouth because I'm here tonight, so I made the trip early, and I'm in the broom cupboard.
Lucky you.
As you can see, when Murph presents, this is his dressing room with all his jackets. But
doing like that. That's worse than the way that Mark Webster did Johnny yesterday.
that was funny.
Poor lad. We have a game underway, and quite surprisingly, the first player to be underway is Michael van Gerwen.
That's interesting. Obviously, we spoke to him yesterday. He was having treatment this morning. So, obviously, that's gone okay.
Yeah.
Leo, I can answer that question because we were in Leicester yesterday. No, there are 4 booths. For the stream boards. Which is interesting.
It is. I need to get some sort of PDC TV up. Big thanks as ever to my mate Jar.
So I'm trying to get 4 windows in a laptop screen.
Yeah, good luck. Oh, I should be sharing. Hello.
Hello.
This one.
Something like that.
Cheesy. I'm so cheesy, my head is spinning. I do like the fact we've now moved to 4 boards.
I feel there's a but.
I don't like the fact that they are now set with the seeded numbers.
Well, as I said to you when we were chatting about this the other day, that says to me as if they've sold it and people are only buying it on certain conditions.
Yeah. But I am concerned about saturation because, let's be honest, in the most part, the top seeds are the players we're seeing week in, week out make it the distance at Pro Tours or at Euro Tours or playing in the Premier League, or we're going to see in the World Series, or probably ranked number 1 in their country, so we're going to see them in the World Cup soon.
Yeah.
Board 3 has pictures. Board 4 has pictures. Looks like it's just going to be a straight up split.
Yeah.
My next concern is how many of these I can have open without my laptop deciding it's too much. And this is more difficult to pick because so many are going to be streamed.
I've literally got 2 laptops, an iPad.
Should our featured game include... Where is my charger? So Martin Lukeman has taken the opener against Gerwin Price. Devon Peterson the first against Josh Rock. Board 1. I'm going to make the executive decision that because he's in that song, we are going to watch Michael Van Gerwen.
Why won't dot?
So, you know what? Early leads then for the likes of Christopher Tysky, Damon Hatter, 14 dart leg to open, Ross Smith, 15 darter, Johnny Clayton, 15 dart leg, Ryan Self, 14, Andrew Gilding, 14, Luke Humphreys has had a 14 and a 15. Van Gerwen gets one back against Boris Kirchmar, but he is averaging 86. Well, I've got 2 Conan Whiteheads on my screen. That's better. It's Dave Chisnell.
Chizzy.
Dave Chisnell 1-0 down to Jamie Clark. That's what it is. Laura, you shouldn't have said that. You should let us know at the end of the day. But John is not playing this weekend. He's one of the withdrawals. I believe Maisie has a ceremony.
I think it's I'm not into religion and I don't want to cock this up, but I believe it's a first Holy Communion. I think I saw. My apologies if I've got that
MVP
right.
is playing. So he's working on his arm. He's leveled back up at 2 apiece. I might stretch that so that one can go there. Ross Smith now 3-0 up on Joe Mernon, averaging 102. Rob Cross, Owen Rolos, 1 apiece, 106, plays 114. Good luck to Maisie. Laura, surely you've lost a bet if you're already tuning in to say hello.
Yes, I got it right. Thank you.
Good news for John, though. Josh Rock, stablemate and good friend, is 3-1 up.
Right. Now I've got my Dark Connect sorted as well. Superb. We are rocking and rolling.
Nine data. Who's had a 9 data? Leighton Clarkson. Solid.
Aaron Monk averaging 101 right now, Gob, against the Ferret Ton.
Who's on a 9 data? Van Gogh was on a 9 data. As our featured game, we got 180, 177, 128. What's he done there from 144? Single 18? I don't know, but he finds himself 4-2 up now, averaging 103. Good leg indeed from Van Gogh, and he's straight back in the trebles here. I'll say that. 59. Damon Hatter now 4-0 up on Richard Vanes, averaging 103. It's still 105 average for Josh Rock as he leads Devon Peterson 4-1. That is one of your streaming games on board 4, maybe.
Yeah. How are we doing, Bob? Hope you are good. Gary has got Jules Van Dongen.
Luke Humphreys, 3 drop on Damian Mole. 10 points better off than the averages. 104, plays 94. Ross Smith was 3-0 up on Joe Mernon, averaging 102. He's now averaging 104, and he's been pegged back to 3-2. Ryan Searle gets a leg back against Karol Sedlacek. He still trails 3-2. Johnny Clayton 3-2 up on Aaron Monk. Martin Lukeman gets a leg back against Goen Price. He's 4-2 down. How good was Goen Price last night, by the way? 101 average to beat Johnny Clayton in the final at Armageddon.
Unreal. Yeah, he was sensational.
Hang on.
What an event as well.
Is the Liam Gallagher in the chat room just the Liam Gallagher that played at Q School? Yeah, no commentary on boards 3 and 4 because that would require full production. So as far as I know, they are going to stay just full screen splits. I'm not sure if you can hear the referees. Obviously, we tend to watch in silence. But I do know who have got the call up. I believe it's Adi Mason and Danny Sullivan. How did Daryl play last night? I didn't see that much of it.
Him and Joe had an absolute belter of a game.
Him and Joe did put on a... Yeah. Daryl led 4-1 at one point, pegged back to 4 apiece, and then won the decider against Joe. Joe's playing really well as well at the minute. He compared himself to Chris Dobie in the Premier League last night. So,
yeah, and also interesting that there's a nice interview with Joe coming. I love Joe to bits, and I won't say what he said, but he tried his best and hardest not to give us a title, didn't he, Gob?
Mm-hmm.
But in doing so,
yes, well noticed, Dan, actually. We've not got a full look on him, but Dirk does seem to move in that little bit more freely.
again,
He's on board number 2 for you.
Hopefully had some treatment.
Wouldn't go that far, Johnny. Still in Nottinghamshire's shadow. Not Nottinghamshire, actually. You're higher than them in county. Derbyshire's shadow.
To be fair, though, it is actually a good venue for darts.
Yeah.
If they can get a tournament there and let it grow, I think it works.
Mm-hmm. I think things like last night helped that as well.
Yeah. Daz, Peter just made the decision that he wasn't going to do many Pro Tours until after the Premier League.
Two results for you. And they are two of your Streamboard games at the moment. Josh Rock, a 6-1 winner over Devon Peterson. Devon, he's not dropped off massively, but taken apart there in the end by Josh. And a 6-2 win for Gerwin Price over Martin Lukeman. Face off, obviously, Johnny. And the fact Derbyshire are a better county side than Leicestershire was where I was going with that one. Couldn't agree more, Buster. Hopefully this is the last of this Premier League format. Even the players we spoke to last night that have been involved or aren't involved this time out aren't watching and say they're bored of it. Devon Peterson's talk. Not answering that. Devon Peterson is provisionally world number 97 at the end of the year, so it looks like he would lose his tour card. He's got to find 30 grand from somewhere. 5 apiece between Van Gerwen and Boris Kirchmar, and it is a big bad Boris that started the decider much stronger with the darts. This might not be the worst thing here for Michael Van Gerwen. He's rocked up. He's produced 102 average. And he gets to rest the arm. He knows he can play or play through it at a good enough level. Now get out of there.
Yeah.
A few more days rest. Just get on the practice board at your own pace. Another couple of wins for you. Luke Humphreys, a 6-4 winner over Damien Moore, averaging 103, and it's 103.88, slightly higher for Damon Hatter as a 6-3 winner over Richard Veenstra.
This is some game between Clayton and Monk on board 3.
4 apiece, 97 plays 99. Ross Smith is still averaging 103. He is still 7 points higher in the averages than Joe Murden. But since he led this one 3-1, now 5-3 down. His average has got higher. Murden's has got lower, and yet he's lost legs. as Kirchmar does defeat Michael van Gerwen. As I said, that's probably not the worst thing for Van Gerwen.
Well, that depends if he plays tomorrow.
Yeah. I don't think he will. I think he'll hop on a flight now. He's gone through the motions. He'll get out of there. He'll spend some time at home and be back in London for Tuesday. He can be home by 8 o'clock tonight. Another winner for you is the German Martin Schindler. He's the first winner, second winner after Boris, to progress, averaging less than 100 so far. 6-5 win over Martin Kleermacher.
There's a flight out of Birmingham at 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
Thanks, Skyscanner.
Mm-hmm. Wins for Joe Cullen and Karol Sedlacek. Ross Smith gets one back as his average creeps up again. We are going to need a new feature game. Shall I leave Cam Crabtree against Scott Williams on? Or shall I
like
flip to Joe against Connor Scott?
I think that's a good game. I'm a fan.
Okay. Clayton Monk goes to a decider as Joe Mernon beats Ross Smith 6-4. Ratajski 5-4 up now on Louis Williams. Adam Smith-Neal, 12-dart leg, takes the opener against Steve Lennon. Rob Cross is going for a bit of a Ross Smith. He's averaging 103, 7 points higher than his opponent Owen Relos, but he is 4 apiece. Dave Chisnell is averaging 84 as the number 1 seed, but he is 5-3 up on Jamie Clark. We were looking for Sir Steve Beaton on the tour card race. He's currently 41st, 99,000. That should be enough to see him safe.
He's not losing his card on that.
No. Enough money to go around.
Yeah.
Jared Cole and Connor Scott both underway. 2 players that played at Lakeside World Championships last time out. Connor as a tour card holder. Jared beat Martin Adams round 1 last year, didn't he?
Yeah. To be fair, that's a nice tie for both of them. Both unseeded. It could have been a lot worse. They'll both look at that and go, I can win this.
Especially as Jared was a last-minute call-up this morning.
Yeah.
I know it's not a million miles, but Stuart, is he MK way?
Hertfordshire way.
Yeah. Danny Noppert, 5-2 up on Ron Moolenkamp as Van Dyvenbode completes a 6-1 win over Conan Whitehead. Not a good performance that from Conan Whitehead, just a 75 average. As Aaron Monk gets the better of Johnny Clayton in a deciding leg.
It's a big win for Monk. Aaron started the year quite well as well, to be fair to him. So that's a good win.
Keegan Brown, Nick Kenny underway, as is Adam Gowlas against Chris Lamman. Brown takes opening 16. Completely agree with Dirk that it's not quite free-flowing from him in terms of the performance on the board, but he does seem to be in less pain moving to the hockey. He's skulking about a little bit. Good evening to you, Scott. Thanks for joining us from Australia.
How are we doing? Hope you are good.
Did I see Winita was in as well?
Yeah, Winita was in earlier, as always.
Good to see you. Wrong button. Off topic, but the recent dart launchers, if I want a good dart, I have to shell out 65 plus. It's crazy. Define good dart.
I'm also going to stick up for the manufacturers, not on everyone, because some darts are very overpriced in my opinion, but also the price of tungsten is horrific at the moment. So that's obviously reflected in the price of the dart.
Yeah. I mean, some is marketing, but the one that got a lot of flack recently was the launch of Luke Littler's signature dart.
Yeah.
And I think part of that is because it's associated with a 16-year-old lad that hasn't really... Look, he's achieved masses for a 16-year-old, but in the wider landscape, his dart is now more expensive than a significant amount of professionals or former world champions, etc. But it's not about Luke's face on that dart. If you look at the technology that has gone into Luke's dart with the different grip, I think he's got radial grooves as well as pixel grip potentially. He's got PVD coating. He's got something else on there, potentially Swiss point technology as well. All of that adds up to the cost to produce that dart.
Yeah, exactly that.
It just so happens that they're prepared to do that for a 16-year-old.
Yeah. Dave Chisnell has missed 3 clear match darts, and Jamie Clark levels up on Streamboard 1. You'll laugh at this, Gob. I'd never actually thrown the MVG exact dart until recently.
Oh, friend.
No, it wasn't him. I threw it down at HQ, and that shot blast sand coating to make them feel old is actually really nice.
I'm not sure how I feel about that.
I wasn't until I threw them, and they just felt nice.
In my head, that will feel like what my darts feel like when I get them wet.
Right, okay.
And they dry a bit. My darts are 10 years old now, at least. And obviously they've got no special coating or anything. So in my head, that coating will feel like that.
Yeah, Gob, and that's part of the stuff we were talking about there, the machining and engineering and everything like that goes into these.
Dave Chisnell does get over the line against Jamie Clark. A 6-5 winner. Scotty, what we tend to do is, if the game is being streamed on PDC TV, we try not to have it as the feature game, because the difference in timing between what we see on Dart Connect and what you will see on that compared to a streaming, etc. And B, once we've picked a feature game, we tend to just stick with it until the end.
Yeah. Connor Scott moves 3-1 up on Jared Cole. He's up to his average 94.5 now. Good stuff from the sniper.
Mm-hmm. Listen to Zach, he reckons that little dart isn't that difficult to manufacture, should be no more than 75-80. I'll be interested to hear him say that, because the only reason we know that is because we sat with the target marketing exec in Blackpool before the launch, and he told us that that was what was driving the price up of the Luke dart.
Yeah.
Just Ian White has to get to the World Championship this year to keep his tour card. I mean, the way he's playing, probably not. He's 53rd provision in the world at the end of the year, 71.5 grand. That's with minimum amount of prize money added. You'd suggest he's going to pick up a bit more than that.
You'd think so, wouldn't you? But you never know.
He's qualifying for Euro tours.
Yeah.
Him and Darryl going right up there in terms of that. Just sheer accumulation of that might sneak him into a European Championships, and the first round there might add a significant amount of prize money, etc. So I think Ian White will be safe for another year. Can start building it. He's playing some brilliant darts in the qualifiers and stuff at the minute. Not quite the Ian White of 7 or 8 years ago that was one of the best players in the world on the floor. I won't hear anything against that either. Like, he struggled to replicate on TV, but in terms of a floor game, Ian White was one of the best and most consistent players in the world.
Oh, completely. Speaking of Vincent van der Voort, 2 apiece, averaging 99. Where's this come from, Vinny?
Not bad for a bloke that don't want to be there.
No, I was going to say, where's this come from? How are we doing, Fraser? Hope you are good, my friend. Scotty says 8:30 a.m. here in NYC. Are you going to the US Darts Masters, Scotty?
Bob, which 4 boards are the streaming boards for the matches today? So from now onwards, the Pro Tour's first round, or the selection of boards at the start of the day, will on a Saturday or the first day of a 2-day block of Pro Tours always includes the seeds 1, 3, 5, and 7. And then on the Sunday, the second day, it's always going to be seeds 2, 4, 6, and 8. I'm not sure how that translates to boards. That'd be board number 1, board number 7, board number 11, and board number 13.
Yeah, because you didn't know that, so I sent you a clip of something I shouldn't have, didn't I?
Well, you didn't have to say that on stream. No one has to know we had that information. Have you seen Harry Kane's goal?
No. Is it good? Bad?
The man watches Trent Alexander-Arnold videos to go to sleep with.
Does he put one top bins?
It's exactly the same as Trent's free kick. There's a drag back over the top of it. It steps further right and he puts it in the top right-hand corner. It's a great strike, to be fair. Keegan Brown now 4 up on Nick Kenny. Steve Lennon was 2-0 down to Adam Smith-Neill, who was averaging 107 at that point. Steve Lennon now leads 5-3. Gert Nenchez has a ridiculous A game, and I've said this for so long. We've seen it on the Dev Tour a number of times. He's currently 3-2 up against Ted Evans, a match that must have played out on the Dev Tour about 1 million times in the past, averaging a 108.9. Connor Scott won away against Jared Cole, now 5-2 up. Scott Williams, Cam Crabtree, that's your feature game, now 3 apiece. Owen Bates 3-0 up on Jimi Hendrix, both averaging mid-70s in that one. Vincent van der Voort, you jinxed him. His average has just taken a tumbling from 99 to 91. 3 apiece now with Danny Van Tripp. Brian Roman struggling against Lee Evans, 3-1 behind. Richie Edhouse, 2-1 up on Foreign Import. Another average in the mid-70s. Are players struggling to get used to a new venue perhaps today? Sean Wilkerson 1 apiece with Jurgen van der Velde. Graham Hall banging in those 15 dart legs, 100 average, 2-0 up on Dylan Slevin. Willie O'Connor's taking the open against Darren Webster again. Sloppy from both, low 70s.
I reckon Vincent realised halfway through, not meant to be enjoying this. Back to normal, Vincent. Super stuff, Scotty. I will see you there. I'm there all week. Can't wait. It's a good victory for Steve Lennon. 6-3 over the big dog, Adam Smith Neil. Here's one for you, Gob. Nicknames.
Are we going with nicknames already?
Look, do we just get rid of them? Are they needed?
No. Yeah. It's marketing, isn't it?
For the player, yeah, but do we need them on TV?
You don't need one. But I think it helps.
Paul, what is a good set of darts to be using? Anything. Darts is so unique to you as a person. If you're starting out or looking to change or wanting to try something new, I would genuinely suggest go to a dart shop. Whether you have to travel or whatever, make plans. I'd go to a dart shop, a proper one, and they will let you try out sets. Spend a couple of hours there, going through different barrels, different weights, and find out what works for you.
Yeah. The one piece of advice I will give to absolutely everybody is those darts that you see in a pub, the cheap little brass ones, you get 2 sets for a £5. Get away from a set of those as soon as possible. Even if you just go and buy yourself a £20 set of straight tungsten darts. Go and get yourself a set of tungsten darts. The weight's more consistent. You get used to them and then work it out from there.
Yeah.
Will highlights be on 4? Don't know. There wasn't any highlights from the women's series last weekend, and there was only one board of that to deal with, but there was a Euro Tour at the same time. Typically, it's boards 1 and 2. I think the way that they framed it suggests there probably won't be highlights because there's no commentary to talk over them either. It would just
there's no replays or different angles or anything either. So I think highlights will just be from 1 and 2.
Back to nicknames, Phil. Yes, we need nicknames, 100%. Do you know how difficult it is to write an article about a player that doesn't have a nickname?
Yeah, but let's be fair. Certain nicknames are just shite.
I don't care. It's an extra way of addressing the player that isn't just repeating their surname or where they're from.
All right, then. And I know Johnny's in the chat room, but Matt's horrific at some of these. If you're writing an article, I am never going to write, because he's playing and I can see his name, and Ocean Slevin lost in the first round. I am never writing that in a million years.
Don't do this, because last time you started slagging off Matt Ward nicknames, he popped up in a chat and told you you're an idiot.
I don't care. I'll tell him. Some of his nicknames are horrific. And not just him. Some dart players' nicknames in general are horrific.
They did, Rob. I've just seen that, actually. but they use a clipping software for that, and that's slightly different to highlights that they put together. What we did miss was the fact that Josh Rock wired a 9 in the first leg, lost it, and then won the next 6.
Fair enough. The people are still wrong, Johnny. Do boxers need nicknames? No.
What is your nickname when you played?
I haven't got a darts one.
Not that we can say on air, anyway. Oh, it was wired as well.
Yeah, Gary's old nickname. Gary liked the Dream Boy one, didn't he?
Yeah. I like Ocean's 11. I think it's funny. I would never walk up to him and go, all right, Oceans, but do you know what I mean?
Walk up to him and go, "You all right, the Bellagio?" The worst one I ever saw was Jan Becker, Mr. Coat. Yeah, that's right up there.
We leave Mr. Coat alone.
It's horrific.
What a boy. Nah, Double Decker was better for him. What a comeback that is, by the way. Jared Cole was 5-2 down to Connor Scott.
Yeah.
Late call up and he wins 6-5.
I know it's not darts related, but who's winning the Katie Taylor fight? I think this is a really difficult fight for Katie Taylor. I really do. Do I think Chantal Cameron will get a decision in Dublin? No. So she might have to stop her.
On an Eddie Hearn card, no chance.
All I'm saying is with 10,000 fans at the 3 Arena, and if David Diamante calls out Chantal Cameron, I'd be running.
Have they not got buffering for the main event?
He might be over there. I haven't seen him here this week. That's why I said Diamante, because I haven't seen Buffer in the UK yet.
Buffer did the KSI fight last week, didn't he?
Scott Williams, a much-needed win for the Maverick.
Yeah, 6-4 over there against the Cam Crabtree.
How we doing, everyone? Welcome along.
I disagree, Buster. And the reason is Kirk Shepherd was a black belt in karate. Two options for you guys. We can whack on Mike Didaka and Big H's return to the Pro Tour, Harry Ward, or we can wait for board number 3, Gary Anderson against Jules Van Dongen.
Gary Anderson, Jules Van Dongen.
Does 3 over 10 of its 107 average for the left-handed Dutchman. And gets over the line in a noble against Danny Van Schripp. Steve Lennon's nickname. Just seen Jules Van Dongen, not seen him for ages to know where he's been. There's just been no Pro Tours for a while. Did the tour of North America, Smith, start of the year. Yeah, just not. They've been on the Pro Tour. I think Cameron Early, is the ever going to be back Civic, or is it going to stay where it is forever? Where is the Slam? Aldersley. Neither, in my opinion. It will end up in Leicester.
If they can find a suitable venue to put the Grand Prix back in Ireland.
Yeah. Put the Grand Prix back in Ireland, the Grand Slam will move to Leicester.
I know the Civic has amazing memories and everything like that, but it's just not big enough in terms of everything, like infrastructure for TV and all that. Big H, 2-0 up. Jermaine Wattamina, that's a big win against Ian White, 6-3 on board 13, which was stream board number 2.
Dylan Slevin is all at sea. Ocean Slevin loses 6-1 to Graham Hall. I felt like a Henry Deacon pun then, and I'm very sorry.
I'm not angry. Just disappointed.
Where do we stand with this? It's not been the most, or it certainly feels like there's been a lot more lower end performances to what we're used to seeing on the Pro Tour. Is it because there's been such a gap? Is it because this is a new part of the Leicester venue that the boards are up and they're not used to it?
I don't think the venue's got anything to do with it. For me, I think it's the 4/5 weeks off some players have had that's not serving them particularly well, that they are a little bit rusty and so on. So for me, I think it's a lack of competitive match practice.
Yeah.
What's my opinion on the MVG injury? Obviously, we spoke to him yesterday, and he looked in a fair bit of pain. He had some treatment yesterday and had treatment again this morning. So, and he was told that it won't get any worse, which I think was a good, which is something he wanted to hear.
Yeah. You know when Nathan Aspinall found out that no matter how hard he threw a dart, his wrist wasn't going to snap any more than it already had?
Yeah.
And immediately he put 10 points on his average.
Yeah, I think that it won't get any worse was a big relief. It's not a bad scoring start from Gary Anderson.
Tidy.
Jimi Hendrix has beaten Owen Bates. The master is out.
He led that one early on. Some big games all went up. When you see the names back involved, Gabriel Clement against Tony Martinez, Simon Whitlock against Alan Suter. That could be a big game for the Australian if he wants to start staying in the top 32. James Wade has dropped to 27th seed. He takes on Mervyn King. Wow, what better of that one that could be. Jose de Souza will take on Mensur Suljovic. Dimitri van den Berg against Pascal Ruprecht. Raymond van Barneveld is against Rusty Jake Rodriguez. That is on streaming board 2. I've got mine the wrong way around, and I'm concerned I'm going to tell you the wrong one. Let's just swap them over. Dideka from 2 down is level with Harry Ward. Ricky Evans has taken the opener against Chris Doby. Harry says Rob Cross for England. Yes, big weekend in that race to the World Cup. It was only, what, $4,000 between Humphreys and Cross?
Yeah, it's not much.
Both players have moved through. $6,000 between them right now.
Florian Hempel, a much-needed win for the German, beats Richie Edhas 6-4 on board number 4. Oh, my mistake. 2 seconds.
I'm not mad at you, mate. I'm just disappointed. Yeah, 2 could play at that game.
Zibani alarm.
Bit rusty, yeah. Bit rusty indeed. I feel like we've asked this question before, but there is also a point now where do we retire the Barney alarm?
No.
Do we bring in something really niche, like every time Daryl Pilgrim makes a Pro Tour appearance because the top average is under threat and then they just bugger off for 6 months?
Yeah. Gary Anderson averaging 106, 2-1 down to Jules Van Dongen. And we haven't seen these kind of numbers from Van Dongen since Q-School got, when he blitzed it and then couldn't transfer that form to the Pro Tour.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, it's impressive, but it is not quite the 113 Daryl Gurney is currently averaging 2-1 up on Robert Owen, or the 117 Dimitri van den Berg is averaging against Pascal Ruprecht. Because we don't have the copyright license to buy either Tiger.
Yeah. No Cadbury or Perez again today, and now I'm concerned that it's never going to happen.
Not so much Perez, because he hasn't been media saying it's time.
I didn't hear a word you said there, Gob. You keep breaking up.
Less concerned that am I still here? My internet coming back. I hate this house. Perez hasn't been on social media recently saying good news or whatever that we attributed to potentially the return, whereas it seemed like Cadby had and was gearing up to be back pretty soon.
But I'm not sure Perez has the game to save his card in a season.
No. Not from what we've seen from him.
No. Could Van Dongen be the key to the US market? Not for me.
No. Nope. Someone like a Danny Lauby or... I don't think Van Dongen is a big enough character. The only thing you can really attribute Van Dongen to off the hockey at the minute is a disagreement with Marco van Gerwen.
Yeah.
And I think if you're going to be key to a market, A, the performances have to be there. But B, you just have have to have that little bit more about you. Josh Payne gets the better of Nick Fulwell on streaming board 1. Steve Beaton is getting destroyed by Roby John Rodriguez. He's 5-1 down on board 11. Mike Judeka, Harry Ward, level 4 apiece. Ward 7 better off in the averages. Again, just a guide. Stephen Burton, Stephen Bunting. Dimitri Vandenberg still averaging 111 is 2-1 down to Pascal Ruprecht, who's averaging 110. Two relative young guns going at it. Morgan, I can see Russ retire. I'm not sure Russ will ever retire. The bird chirps may be outside my window. My next door neighbours have a tree, and it is very annoying.
So everyone says it's a big weekend for the England World Cup team. It's also a big 10 days for the Northern Ireland World Cup.
Yeah. It is not inconceivable that the current number 1 could miss out. Brendan Dolan currently leads the Northern Ireland rankings.
But they're 27th, 28th and 29th in the rankings.
Yeah.
How are we doing, Fred? Hope you're good.
32 grand covering all 3.
And the fact there is a Euro Tour next week as the cut-off.
A Josh Rock win today would make it really interesting, wouldn't it?
Oh, yeah. And again, I know the ranking is probably the only fair way to do it, but there are teams that have had multiple opportunities that the chemistry just isn't there. So it will be interesting to see if fresh blood can freshen up some of these World Cup teams.
Yeah. Especially as we move to just pairs.
Camaraderie is now more important than anything.
Good question. We believe so. Dan asks, is Ando going to play the World Cup? And that was going to be my next question.
Yeah, the answer is yes.
Given Peter Wright's recent struggles, Gary returned a little bit, where do you rank Scotland's chances? Because if the Peter Wright that's played with the gold elements the last few weeks turns up, they go from Peter Wright finishing bottom in the Premier League and Gary Anderson on the verge of just going, do you know what, I'm done with the sport, to potentially favourites.
For me...
Endo did get to defend, that was last year.
For me, they're second favourites.
Behind?
Wales. The Welsh are the favourites for me. One, because they've got a damn good pair, and two, the camaraderie between them is brilliant.
I think Van Dijvenbode is now too far behind to catch for Holland number 2.
And again, that's something we talk about there, and I'm not being horrible to knock you when I say this, because he's a TV winner and he's a fabulous player. But as a pair, I don't think him and MVG work. I think Holland are better as a pairing with Dirk and MVG.
Yeah.
And that's not anything to do with playing ability or anything like that. That's just everything that goes into a dynamic of a pairing.
Correct. You're not very patriotic anymore when it comes to sport, but if you're supporting England in a few weeks' time, who do you want to see playing with Michael Smith?
Luke Humphries. Again, for the same reason, that I just think the dynamic between the pair is better. I think, than Cross and Smith.
As it stands, bonkers, it would be Rob Cross, but he has a £6,000 lead over Luke Humphries with today, tomorrow, and a Euro Tour next weekend to go. I think Belgium are pretty secure. Germany are pretty secure.
I think
Can we talk defending champions?
What's that?
Can we talk defending champions?
We can.
How do we look at Australia this year? Because they went into that last year with Damon Heta being right up there in terms of floor performances and struggling to relay that into TV. Simon Whitlock playing the senior role despite being slightly lower ranked. There's an argument to say this year that Damon Heta's TV or Euro Tour form is that little bit better. But I think we've seen a bigger drop-off from Simon Whitlock. Now, we know what happens at the World Cup. Any Simon Whitlock can rock up, and chances are it's going to be a good one. He's just so solid in that event, especially playing pairs. I think that's a little bit more common in Australia. But how are we looking at them ahead of defending? Because also, despite defending, which I think this is wrong, by the way, I'm more than happy to see 4 teams get a bye, whatever, to allow there to be a group stage and it to not be a wasted journey for some of these countries to rock up and play a best of 7 pairs leg. But I think this is one of the events where defending champions should be number 1 seed and get that bye regardless.
I don't know what I'm expecting from Australia for a few things. I look at numbers, form, and everything like that, and I don't think they've got a chance. However, due to the fact that it's that baggy green mentality that Australian sportsmen have in general, not just darts players, just that intensity of Aussie sportsmen playing for Australia, I think they'll be hard to beat.
A bit of a switch up, but is that not quite the same mentality? But does that make the Belgians dangerous as well? Because look, Dimitri's form through the Premier League has not been great. Kim Huybrechts is not the same player he was 7 or 8 years ago when he was making Premier League. Or 10 years ago this year that he beat Van Gerwen in the Grand Slam in one of his best TV performances ever. But you put those two together in this event, they just seem to love it.
I think that I'm not expecting that much from Belgium, if I'm being honest. Because I don't know what I'm going to get from either player at any one time.
Yeah.
Jules van Dongen has beaten Gary Anderson. Gary Anderson averages 103 and gets beat.
Dimitri Vandenberg and Pascal Repret were averaging 111, 110 earlier. He plays 87.
Tidy.
Mentor Sulovic 4-2 up on Jose de Souza. Team Austria an outside shout? Mensah and Ruby John?
Again, with both of them, I just don't know what I'm going to get from them anymore.
Yeah.
And I don't think they know what they're going to get from each other either.
Yes. I will be 2 seconds, and then we're going to talk about one of the men I've just put as the feature game.
Right, so running around the stream boards at the moment, Daniel Closer is 2-0 up on Callan Ridds. Barney and Rusty Jake are in a noble, and it is Rusty who has the advantage. Whitlock is up on Alan Suter, and Graham Usher is 1 apiece with Jacques Labra. James Wade, a 6-2 winner over Mervyn King. Stephen Burton, 1 away from beating Stephen Bunting. Ryan Joyce levels up. This 5 apiece with Maddox Rasma on board 5. That's going all the way. Scott Waits, 5-2 up on Kim Huybrechts. And Rusty Jake has beaten Raymond van Barneveld in that deciding leg. Brendan Dolan now 4-1 up on Matt Campbell. Luke Peters takes a 1-0 lead over Darius Labanauskas. Jeffrey Desron, Richie Burnett getting underway. Is Merv King in trouble? I don't know. Let me have a look. Is he in trouble this year? He's probably just about got enough in the bank this year, but next year would be a different story. He's currently, well, on the tour card race, he's got 70 grand. That should just about be enough. Pascal Reprek and Dimitri Vandenberg are going away. That's 5 apiece. Gary Anderson has just lost 6-4 to Jules Van Dongen. He played well, but Van Dongen found the moments. Let me have a look, Connor. 2 seconds. So, in the World Cup this year, the format group stages are going to be best of 7. Second round up to and including the semi-finals, best of 15. And then the final is going to be best of 19. Callum Ridds has a leg back on the board, but trails. Richie Burnett 2-0 up on Jeffrey Dejuan. Just getting underway. Martin, Luke Woodhouse and Jeffrey Sparadans, James Wilson, Radek Sadansky and Mike Covenhoven, Neil Zonoval. They're all just getting underway. And Stephen Bunting has won the final 2 legs to turn that one around. He beat Stephen Burton 6-5. Yeah, Dan, it's a loophole within the regulations. He could get into Germany to win his card, but then you obviously have to apply for a visa and everything like that. But you can't apply for the visa until you have a card. So it's a kind of a double-edged sword. Graham Usher holds. He is 3-2 up in our feature game against Jacques Labra. Jose de Souza has one back against Mensur Sulovic, but still trails 5-3.
Do not fear, I am back.
He's back. Simon Whitlock beats Alan Suter.
Good news for Australia. Did you discuss Alain Le Bleu while I was away?
No, I was waiting for you to come back.
But it's just good to see France finally get that World Cup spot, isn't it?
Yeah.
I do have more news while I was away. Liam Maindel Lawrence has just qualified for ET11.
Where's the neat vodka?
Now, I don't want to encourage this behaviour because I dislike the way the PDC run themselves at times anyway as an entertainment business rather than a sport. But. In snooker, which is governed by the same people, largely,
Yeah.
there is an average shot time across the season. If you are below that, you get fined or whatever else. It's designed to speed people up, to get on with the game that little bit more, make it more enjoyable to watch.
Yeah.
One,
It is
there something that can be done about players that are perceived as incredibly slow? And two, do you think they should do it?
Now, I've got two ways of looking at this. For the entertainment value is the wrong word, but for the way sport is perceived these days, not just darts, but snooker, even football to a degree, where teams get heavily criticised for playing a defensive or negative way. Is that right to tell someone the way they have to play? Probably not. But from a sporting point of view, are people going to get involved and get behind something that's boring in this day and age? I don't think they are. So I think it's a real delicate balance.
And what do you do with that balance? Don't fence it here. This is online darts, mate. We give opinions. Would you like to see a change?
Yes. For the growth of the sport.
Thank you. The greater good.
It is almost for the greater good. Yes, I would. Would you for the greater good, or are you still the purist?
See, there's part of me that just finds out I can't play against slow players as well, so I think my personal decision is based on that as well.
I agree, Rob. Now that there aren't many that are perceived as slow merchants, but look, there's still a few. For argument's sake, and this draw may never happen, but I'm going to use these two as a reference point because they're probably the slowest around. You've got Liam Lawrence that's just qualified, and obviously the way he's going, he could quite easily win a tour card next year through European Q School.
Mm-hmm.
The way he's picking up results suggests he's going to be in the mix. But from TV scheduling point of view, could you imagine if the draw come out and you had Ryan Meikle against him at a TV, say the World Championships, when you are running tight for time, Gob, the producers and that would be doing their nut.
Yeah, there'll be absolutely no filler content. Get Emma on stage. Hello, welcome to the World Championships. Let's get this match underway.
Yeah. Because even if it is 3-0, it's still going to take a long time.
Yes.
But also, as well, the players also must know that if they are slow and a bit boring, unless they are in the top 4 in the world, they're never going to get picked for anything.
Well, the change in speed that Dimitri van den Berg is currently playing at must be a conscious decision around how watchable he is and those subsequent invitational events.
Yeah. Last 64 game warming up. Gathering Price against Keegan Brand. Just looking, because it's disappeared off our... Yeah, Graham Usher, a 6-2 victory over Jacques Labra.
Yeah, sorry. I was informed it was also a streaming board game.
Yeah.
I turned it off. Any results we might have missed? I don't remember telling you that Florian Hempel beat Richie Edhouse 6-4. Not sure I remember telling you that Scott Waits beat Kim Hybrecht 6-2 either. Ryan Joyce was a 6-5 winner over Madas Razma. Stephen Bunting came back from behind against Stephen Burton to win 6-5. Chris Lamman defeated Adam Gaulas. That one was on one of the streaming boards. Chris Dobie recovered from behind against Ricky Evans. Luke Humphries was a victor over Damien Mole earlier on. Keegan Brown defeated Nick Kenny. That's why he's about to take on Gerwin Price.
Also, Callum Ridge was in a world of trouble, but he's now 4 apiece with Daniel Closer, the Riot, back in this one.
And that's on streaming board 1. I know the rules have changed, or the way that they're approaching streaming boards, and maybe this is just an unfortunate draw. But given Callan's social media recently, he would have probably preferred to not be on a streaming board.
Arguably, yeah. Big Johnny says, is Mikkel classed as slow? Absolutely. And I love Ryan to bits. He's a great lad. But yeah, he's in the slow bracket for me. Do you guys know why Corey Cadby hasn't been playing? From Adam, he hasn't got a visa, mate.
So am I right in saying that Price vs Brown will be streamed again now? So we'll get everything down to the board final on streaming boards this weekend, and then they'll start moving around.
That's the way that message read to me. Did it not you?
Yes.
So I'm interested to see in a minute, but that's the way I read it.
Best game at Alexandra Palace. Cross's semi-final win over Van Gerwen is up there.
Yeah. Van Gerwen beating Barney. Was it 114, 107 averages?
Mm-hmm.
A very underrated one. And it was one-sided. But Gary Anderson against Jelle Klassen in the semi-final.
That was just on as a contest so early that
Yeah.
It's up there with performance, but not game. For me, a game is back and forth, coming back at each other.
I still loved, was it 2014, Gary Anderson, Michael Van Gerwen, when we had the very raw Gary Anderson interview after losing?
Potentially. Are we chucking a recency bias on this as well, by the way?
Look, there's always a recency bias when you're talking about things like that, because they are fresh in the back of your mind.
Yeah.
Because
that Gary versus Phil World Championship final was very good.
Yeah.
But Gary threw 180 that fell on the floor completely and still win the set.
And I would still love, playing devil's advocate, I'd love to have known what would have happened if Gary hadn't have won that World Championship. Because effectively, because Gary still won that set and World Championship, those three on the floor didn't matter. But could you imagine if they had cost him the world title?
Yeah. Luke Woodhouse, a big 6-1 win over Jeffrey Sparadans. Let's jump into Big John Henderson.
He's on stream. But I'm good with it.
I don't know what you're good with because it was loading, so it meant I lost you. New laptop time very soon.
New laptop time.
Yes, please.
You laughed off. The Amazon delivery's here. I've now got accessories.
That is my one concern. My docking station is USB-B. I'm going to have to change it to a USB-C.
Yeah.
Which means a complete rewiring of my desk, which probably isn't the worst thing at the minute. I've got HDMI switches at the bottom. I've got internet cables.
Okay, chat room. Let me know if anyone has. I was looking at one of those smart desks the other day.
The standing ones.
That goes up and down, because sometimes I do like to stand and work.
Yeah. I've worked on them. I've not got one personally, but I've worked my job at L'Oreal had them.
Are they decent? Because again, sometimes I like to sit, and then other times I like to stand and work.
Depends how you manage your cables. You've got quite a lot. Okay. But yeah.
Big John, 3-1 up on Pikachu, and some might say this is a surprise because Petresco's played very well recently.
Don't knock the Highlander though.
God, I think the way that email was worded is wrong because Gezi Price and Keegan Brown are underway. Oh no, sorry, they are on stream, but they've switched stream.
They're on stream board 4.
Yeah, sorry, yeah. So that email is right.
Yeah. So we won't see anybody that hasn't been on the stream board yet until the last 16.
Yeah. that definitely says to me this has been sold for that reason.
Yeah. Keegan Brown takes opener in 15 darts. Keegan Barry isn't playing well today. No, he's 3-1 down, but he's averaging 97. Jamie Hughes been averaging 100 throughout this match. Callum Goffin, I think he's only got one win on the Pro Tour so far this season. It's 4-2 up on Ryan Meikle.
Here's another one. We said about MBG playing and does he play tomorrow? If you are Gerwyn Price and Johnny Clayton, do you bugger off home tonight?
Potentially. Gezi, I think so. Johnny, if he'd gone further than the first round and got a little bit more under his belt, then yes. The fact that it was a last-minute fill-in last night, but he lost to Gerwyn Price in an exhibition in a race to 6. He's now lost to Aaron Monk 6-5 today. I'd stick around if I'm Clayton for that little bit more match practice tomorrow.
Okay, because Michael Smith's had the weekend off.
Peter Wright the same. Not that he's going Thursday, but am I going? Is there no Nathan Aspinall this weekend?
No, Aspinall's at home on his Instagram story watching Stockport on his big TV.
Interesting.
Let's be fair, after the heartache of missing out the way he did, he probably just didn't want to look at a dartboard.
Correct, but given that, if something goes wrong with Michael van Gerwen between now and Thursday, Nathan Aspinall would take his place. I wouldn't just completely down tools. I know that would possibly be even more heartbreaking to think you might get a call up and then it not happen and you travel all the way there and then have to watch what you potentially could have been a part of, etc. But if I'm there, if I've got a 1% chance of playing in that finals night, I'm going to be ready for that 1%.
Yeah. Bradley Brooks' recent good run continues. A 6-2 winner over Danny Jansen. I look back now, Gob, and I think, how did Danny Jansen win a Pro Tour? Because we saw nothing before or nothing after.
Yeah. Just good form, wasn't it?
Vladimir Anderson has won back against Krzysztof Kachuk. I may have just missed it, Gob, but is the Polish Eagle here today?
Yes.
I just hadn't seen him, that was all.
Yeah, he won 6-4. Peagle, where are you? 6-5 over Louis Williams.
Fair dues. Ricardo Petrescu is at level again. 3 apiece. He's back on terms with Hendo. Well, it's a bit of a stinker of a first leg between Monk and Evans, but Monk will take it. Paul, MVG, unless his arm is physically detached from his body, he will play, I think. Listening to what he said yesterday.
Would I be betting on him being in New York and where's the World Cup this year? Frankfurt? No. But that's a different matter.
Yeah.
Something else that's a different matter is we have 5 last 64 games in play, and a 1-2-8 game between Kevin Burness and George Killington has only just started.
Yeah, that board's a bit behind, isn't it?
And it's a stream.
Yeah.
And it's a big stream.
Need to get a groove on. Yeah, Keegan Brown is flying here, Gob.
When Keegan Brown turns it on, he is exceptional.
Yeah. Oh, completely. Hendo in front again. Hold a throw.
Van der Voort in front again over Martin Schindler. Has anybody told him he doesn't like darts anymore?
How funny would it be if he just rocked up and won today?
Could you imagine Dan Dawson? Well, Vincent, that was ridiculous today. Yes, but I don't want to be here.
Knock the place down.
What do we
think about Aberdeen this week? Interesting.
Oh my. Keane Barry just lost.
Gazzy breaks straight back, but will have to find another breaker throw because Keegan Brown won the ball.
You know the new feature Dart Connect have added where you can sort by board number or sort by most recent in the live games?
Yeah.
They need a sort by board number or sort by most recent in the results page.
Yeah.
For moments like when Keane Barry wins, and I'd have to go scrolling all the way down, or loses, find out he lost 6-2 to Jamie Hughes. Just been watching the Spurs game. Any shock so far? Nope, they still suck at football.
Standard. We've been like it all year.
MVG did play, but he was beaten 6-5, averaged over 100. Johnny Clayton lost first round, 6-5 to Aaron Monk. Early exits for Gary Anderson, despite averaging 103. Barney returning to the scene, but beaten. And Ryan Searle lost to Karol Sedlacek.
Best night of the PL, Dublin's still my favourite. Controversially, Rotterdam's overrated.
I don't think he means venue. I think he means what's been the best night of the Premier League this season.
They all blend into one.
Sheffield last weekend wasn't a bad one last week
Yeah, it was.
in terms of matches.
Um,
Also, despite it's normally shocking, and that's why it stands out, Nottingham this year was actually pretty good.
yeah. I tell you what was not interesting is the wrong word, but so we put that during the Premier League season, we play at 3 ice rinks in Belfast, Nottingham, and Sheffield.
Yeah.
Now, 2 of them we played during the ice hockey season, and 1 we didn't.
Yeah.
And it was very noticeable when there wasn't ice underneath in Sheffield compared to Nottingham and
Nottingham's
Belfast.
ice was only taken up last week.
Was it?
Yeah. But Nottingham does also host the playoff weekend finals because that is the National Ice Centre.
But yeah, it was a very noticeable difference in temperature when it's in and out of season.
Yeah. I suppose to add to that as well, that the ice hockey season is the winter. So not only do you have ice underneath, but you came to Nottingham in February, early March. It was freezing. To go to Sheffield last week when the temperatures have been around 17, 18 degrees for a bit in the UK at the moment. Not necessarily been the sun to match it, but actually the temperature has risen a fair bit in the last few weeks here. We're due a heat wave this week, allegedly. Yeah. That must be noticeable from the outside too. And leaving the night where it's still bright rather than pitch black. Get your torches out.
In Aberdeen, right, again, we're going off topic here, but it was thinking how light it is for longer the north you go. So I left the venue around 11:45, 11:50, and yes, it was dark, but on the horizon when it's still lightish, it was like that. It wasn't pitch black on the horizon at 11:45 at night. It was quite surreal.
Yeah. Mr. Mason's in the chat room. Afternoon, Chris. Hope you are, mate.
How you doing, buddy? Hope you are well. Enjoying a couple of weeks breaking back in the gym. Bob says, how good has Hendo improved in Europe? I don't think he's improved. I think the difference is that since losing his tour card, John Henderson's been playing regularly and competitively and has just got back to the level he is at.
And there's a huge weight off his shoulder in terms of defending that card where he's been under pressure for a while. Talking of pressure, though, Ricardo Pietreczko has just taken out 158.
I'm just going to watch it on the screen now. What a moment that is.
Is this a streamed one? Why haven't you told me? Callum Goffin is a winner. I've changed away from it.
That's some finish.
These 4 streams are annoying me now. I'll keep it off the main 2 because there's no commentary on the other 2, so I'm not spoiling anything. How's the practice going, Mace? We are 5 weeks away from Yeovil.
Luke Humphreys serves the bagel on Steve Lennon. Steve Lennon, Gob has averaged a ton and got whitewashed. Luke Humphreys, 106.
Oh, deadline for entries is the Wednesday before, pal.
Like that, mate. I like that a lot.
So it's the 10th and the 11th, which is Saturday, Sunday. So it's midnight on the Wednesday, so the 7th.
Paul says, is that the real Chris Mason? Absolutely it is, Paul.
Yeah. Midnight on the 7th, mate. I'll have a graphic going out later this afternoon anyway. It'll be in the members' Facebook page and on socials.
From 4-2 down, The Iceman Express, the afterburners.
It's a bit good when he does that, isn't he?
He takes out 104.
Vincent Van der Voort still averaging 100. Good man.
Yeah, Price breaks. Takes out 104 with Keegan Brown sat on 14. That hurts.
Yeah, 14. That means he's missed a dart or something.
Yeah.
28 for a 148, maybe. Love that finish. Aaron Monk currently 3 apiece for Lee Evans, despite being 15 points lower in the average. It's not quite the same performance he put in against Johnny Clayton in round number 1. Rob Cross 3-0 up on Florian Hempel again. Average just 88. It's 105 average for Martin Schindler, who is with level 3 apiece with Van der Voort, still averaging 100 for him. It's an all Dutch match, between Dirk van Dijvenbode and Jermaine Watermain on streaming board 2 for you. I'll let you know that has just gone all level. Graham Hall leads Danny Knopp at 4-0. Can we talk about the form of Graham Hall, please?
Playing very, very well.
Yeah. That's a stream. That's not a stream. Would we like Joe Cullen, Cameron Menzies next?
Oh, go on then.
Oh, go on then. Oh, got him. Good afternoon, Kirk. How are we doing? Excalibur says still 7 minutes behind. Good day, everyone. Hello, mate. How are you?
Mate,
Now's probably a good time to just whack it live. Pikachu goes through.
Mate, so have you got winning tonight? As in the boxing, Taylor Cameron.
Got a fancy Katie, haven't you? Still, just.
Like I said earlier, I think it's a dangerous fight, but I don't think Chantel Cameron will get a decision in Dublin. Yeah, I've got Haney to outpoint Loma as well. Haney's too big for Loma. Loma's boxing too many divisions above his weight. The size difference is unreal. Andrew Gilding pulls one back, but still triumphs at William O'Connor 3-2. How are we doing, Carl? Hope you are good.
I'll tell you what, Carl, it's lovely weather for me to be in a beer garden, but I'm very happy to be here with all of you.
Just think of the calories you're saving, Gob.
And the pennies. The messages in my group chat had just started as we were about to go live, and I was like, don't do this to me.
Martin Schindler,
how are we doing, Scotty?
What's that?
Scott Walters in. It says, amazed they have Euro qualifiers same weekend as Pro Tour. A little, yeah, because and associate members, isn't it? So the issue is the players drop off the Pro Tour. Players have already committed to go to the Euro over being available.
Yeah. Not a problem at all. Joel, glad to have you on board. Faking injury MVG. He certainly wasn't faking it, different class. I saw him on Thursday and he was in agony. We have got some great interviews coming your way as well. God was just sat there laughing at some of them as I was doing them.
No comment.
MVG played. He lost 6-5 to Boris Kirchmar, but averaged 102. Amazing night. The Armageddon setup was unreal last night. 2,000 people in there, packed.
Yeah.
And Joe Cullen's walk-on stole the show.
On Tuesday.
Joe Cullen's walk-on stole the show, didn't it?
That was weird because we literally had three of the greatest walk-ons the sport has possibly ever seen, in my opinion, back to back to back. So Bobby George did just a walk-on for the crowd and then a little hello up on stage. That lasted 11 and a half minutes. So instead of just walking down the walk-on area and up onto the stage and saying hello, Bobby decided he was going to start from the side of the venue, go all the way across the barrier that distinguished between VIP and gold member, do a big loop, then go up the walk-on and back down again, shaking every single person's hand that wanted to say hello. We played We Are the Champions 3 times back to back to back, followed by Help by
the Beatles.
11 and a half minutes.
But I love the fact. I love the fact that Bobby does that he won't say no to anyone.
Yeah.
A huge respect to that. And look, Bobby's no spring chicken. And the fact that he still gets around, the smile is still there, and he loves every single minute of it is just brilliant.
Yeah. And then immediately, as Bobby comes off stage, like, right, we're going to get the next game on, which was Daryl Gurney and Sweet Caroline, as you know, a crowd favourite in the UK. Been massive for the last few years, and I was like, "This is brilliant. This is the song, isn't it? Like, you think what Matchroom have done with it? It's played at every big event before you get going. Loads of county darts use it and whatever else." And then next thing you know, Joe Cullen walks on, and honestly, Don't Look Back in Anger might genuinely be the best crowd response I've ever seen to a walk on.
It was
the country just loves Oasis.
Yeah, it was just unreal. Yeah. George backed Dirk to win today, 16 to 120 on it.
Brave. He's 5-3 down to Jermaine Watanabe.
Yeah. Winita says, great having you guys on the background tonight. Our pleasure, Winita. Glad to keep you company. Johnny says, live interviews from the riders' locker room, sorry, media room. It was, to be fair, I've done interviews from worse places than a dressing room.
Yeah. Some of the trainers in there from the players, I appreciate they're basketball players, but woohoo! It was a size 15 under one of the seats where I was sat.
Honestly, Bobby is just one of the most amazing human beings. He's got so many stories. Don't get me wrong. He's not politically correct however, that's what makes Bobby Bobby. The fact he genuinely couldn't care.
There's an awful lot of Bobby that we could just not broadcast anywhere.
Oh, but he doesn't care, and you won't change him. Vincent van der Voort has beaten Martin Schindler.
He joins Rob Cross, Luke Humphreys, Gowen Price, and Scott Williams in the last 32. Rob Cross, a 6-1 winner over Florian Hempel. Luke Humphreys, a 6-0 winner over Steve Lennon. Gowen Price beat Keegan Brown 6-4, and Scott Williams, a 6-1 winner over Boris Kirchmar. Big Bad Boris, the man that took out Michael van Gerwen earlier. Joe Cullen leads Cameron Menzies 2-1. That's up as your featured game on screen. Willie O'Connor 5-3 up on Andrew Gilding. Graham Hall 5-3 up on Danny Noppert. Danny Noppert now averaging over 100. Is this the start of the comeback? Damon Hesser is averaging 100 against Jared Cole. Juanita just told us he checked that 160. Graham Usher 2-1 up on Roby John Rodriguez. Josh Rock is against Chris Lamman. That's on one of your streaming games. Lamman 119 average, Rock 100.
Again, Bobby's 78 this year.
Oh, it's just brilliant.
Yeah. I tell you, it would be hilarious. Would be an alternative Bobby George red button commentary after 9 p.m.
No.
Behind the paywall, it's fine.
Sorry to George for spending your £20 on Dirtman Diving Murder because it's been beaten 6-4 by Jermaine Watermainer. How about Take Me Out for a Walk-On song by Franz Ferdinand? Someone used to walk onto that. Was it early Kev Painter?
It might have been.
Before we went to I Predict a Riot? I say, take me out.
Yeah. Someone definitely did walk out to that. That's right. They didn't waste any time on Streamboard 1. Literally, Burness and killing.
They've been sad wait. They've been still waiting, haven't they?
Yeah, get on now. Joe Cullen 3-1 up on Cameron Menzies. Again, Cullen needs a good run.
It's not listed anywhere that I can find. I found a website, darts501.com, and it's got a list of walk-on songs by players' first name, surname, what song, and the artist.
Yeah.
So I've just searched by artist to see if Franz Ferdinand's on there. I can't find it.
Someone has definitely used it before.
Yeah. Dolan and Chuck Puglia both used on Shipping Up to Boston. Where's it just gone? There was one that made me laugh. There's loads of players that have used Gala, Freed from Desire, or various versions of it. But Gary Thompson is listed as using a walk-on song, Glory, Glory, Gary Thompson, recorded specially.
Well, you know.
Everlong by the Foo Fighters. I think it starts too slow, doesn't it?
Darryl Gurney 2-1 up on Richie Burnett. Graham Usher on the streamboard, Gob, 4-0 up on Roby John, the gambler, doing bits. Some other results from the last 64. Graham Hall did beat Dane Opp at 6-3. William O'Connor beat the UK Open champion Andrew Gilding by the same scoreline. Scott Williams beat Boris Kirchmar. And MVG will be thinking, where was this performance from Kirchmar? Because he dropped best part of 18 points from his round one average, but a couple of big wins for Scott Williams, Gob.
Yeah. Not wins that we haven't really seen since he got his tour card secured.
Yeah.
Not quite in the same performance level, but what else do we have in the chat room? Buster, growing up watching darts, I love the characters as they are missed these days, likes of Bristow, Jockey, Big Cliff, Bobby, George, Burnett. I think the problem is that there's so, especially now, so many things can be deemed offensive in the public eye. And I think players are frightened to be themselves a little bit. You look at the way that you see the players compared to the way that perhaps we saw them last night in the practice room at an exhibition. They are completely different characters. Does Graham Mush have a tour card? He does. Excalibur, 2 current sports offer insights into managing speed of action for viewers and advertiser space with overall time-lapse events, hockey and baseball. LB's within the boundaries of reason, pitch clock. See, the pitch clock's been a bit controversial in the MLB.
Graham Usher serves the bagel. Super stuff from the Gambler, averaging 101, Gob.
You think he did that right-handed or left-handed?
I just like the fact that we're now starting to see the Graham Usher that we've seen at the Super Series for the best part of 2 years. And it's only after 5 months of winning his tour card that he's adapted to life. I like that.
Was an argument say the same about Graham Hall and Lee Evans?
Yeah.
Performances that we're seeing here are performances that we've seen from them in Southampton and Portsmouth.
Yeah, I just think that Usher has the higher ceiling. I think Usher's ceiling is unreal. Joe Cullen, 120 points away from victory. The Rockstar for a place in the last 32. I reckon.
Ryan Meikle used Take Me Out.
There you go. I knew someone had used it.
Josh Rock, 6-2 winner over Chris Landman, averaging 108.
Yeah, Chizzy on stream board 1. He won his first round game, but he struggled. It wasn't the Chizzy that we've seen on the Euro Tour recently, that's for sure. Oh, I know you like the F1, Gob. Did you see the floods in Italy this week?
I did.
Proper sheesh.
Mm-hmm. The Emilia Romagna Grand Prix.
Josh Payne has blown another golden opportunity. He's had darts to break the Chisnall throw, and it's not been a great leg.
Not a bad leg from Joe Cullen or Cameron Menzies, but Cammy wants 1-4-1 to send us to a 10th leg.
Yeah, and look, Joe will be annoyed. He's missed 4 match starts here in this leg. Or sorry, the leg before.
So he's not missed any if he's only just left 138.
You knew what I meant.
Yeah, but it's funny calling you out on it. Menzies does take us to leg number 10. Cullen has the advantage of throw here. Radek Sagansky currently leads Chris Dobie 4-0. Now, that was a team we didn't mention earlier. But if I'm not mistaken, the gap between Poland number 2 and 3, Sagansky and Kachuk, is very small.
Yeah, but arguably, I think Poland's best second player isn't even in the equation.
Titus Kanik.
No.
Sebastian Bielecki.
Correct. I thought Bielecki was superb at the World Cup last year.
So Kachuk is on 28,750. Sagansky 23,000. So put in 23.5.
More match starts have come and gone for Joe Cullen. This 112 goes. This hurts because Menzies now is in favourite. I think Menzies missed a dart as well. But this time the Rockstar doesn't give him a second chance. Joe Cullen into the last 30.
What was James Wade just chucked there? First leg he was averaging 71. Now he's up to 100. That's a big.
Yeah, that's a lot.
$19 dart leg, followed by an 11.
That'll do. Could be a bad 10 minutes or so for the Rodriguez brothers because Neil Zonneveld is 4-0 up on Rusty after Roby got whitewashed by Usher.
Yeah, 3 times. Can hear an ice cream van now. Better than birds. Go away. Oh my god. I'm going to launch my iPad.
Again, chat room, come and say hi. Get involved. And if you haven't yet, there's all our social platforms: Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, and of course here on YouTube. Sedler check. Trails, Jimi Hendrix, 4-3. Evil Charlie. Bob says, is the USA's second player decided via the CDC? It's done, I believe, by the CDC Order of Merit. Daryl Gurney, ton-topping average to beat Richie Burnett, 103.20, 6-2 win for Super Chin.
What does Daryl Gurney have against Wales? He's already beaten Robert Owen 6-3.
It's Super Chin. See, I didn't watch any of it last night by the time I got in, but I caught up with the results this morning. Some good stuff on the CDC from the boys across the pond last night.
I'll just take your word on that. I watched some of the NBA and went to bed crying again.
I got halfway home in the no, more than halfway, but the A part of the A34 was shut. Treat.
Horrid road. Honestly, the days of the M25 being the UK's biggest car park are long over.
So it literally took us off and had to go all the way around the side of Oxford and then come on at the bottom.
Oh. So got off at Kidlington, all the way around the Ring Road, and then back on at South Oxford. Ooh.
Yeah.
Past my hometown.
And that's why, ladies and gentlemen, he is the Tungsten Toff. As Radek Sadansky beats Chris Dobie 6-2 on board 8. 98 average for Sadansky.
Big game then for Christoph Kachuk to respond in the same round. He takes on Dimitri Vandenberg. Bradley Brooks trails to Scott Waits 3-2. Dave Chisholm, look, still not firing on all cylinders here, but he is 5-2 up on Josh Payne. Ryan Joyce 2-0 lead on Callum Goffin, averaging 120. Hello. As James Wade now averaging 108, 4-2 up on Gian Van Veen. What's he done there then? He has one legs in 19 and 11, lost in 15 and gone back-to-back 12s. James Wade's arrived.
Yeah, because he was poor in his first round game, but much better there.
Yes. What has Relentless done to be averaging 120? He's gone 12 and 13.
And Jimi Hendrix beats Carol Sedlacek 6-3 on board 16. So what, they aren't hanging around. We've got a couple of last 32 games warming up.
I love the Pro Tour. Been a beer garden before the Liverpool game's even over.
It's like, we've got dinner reservations. You're on that board now.
Dave Chisnell wraps up a 6-2 win over Josh Payne.
Yeah, good stuff.
Bentil Sulevic 1-0 up on Yoza. Jamie Hughes, Simon Whitlock 1 apiece with Ricardo Petrescu. Vandenberg takes opener against Kachuk. Wade drops a leg to Van Veen, still averaging 108.
Chizzy gets the job done over Payne on stream board number 1. Wasn't a classic.
Some more games warming up for you. Daniel Closer will take on Kevin Burness on streaming board 1. Brendan Dolan. The further he goes, the more difficult it becomes for him to be dislodged from the World Cup squad. He is up against Eddie Lovely. Jermaine Watermain and Niels Zonneveld, an all-Dutch game on board 13. That will be on streaming board 2.
I tell you what would spice up the World Cup is in like an open media some kind of day that the highest seed picks who they want to play with. They come up to the podium and Michael Van Gerwen selects
Barry Van Peer.
Michael Smith. Who are you picking? I'm picking. How
Joe
good would
Cullen.
that be?
Joe Cullen.
But it'd be anticipation because you're wondering who they're going to pick.
Who do you think Michael Smith would pick?
Oh, that's a good question.
Because you've got Luke Humphries and Rob Cross ranking-wise. I think he's got a pretty good friendship with Joe Cullen. But the one that sticks out to me right now, Chris Dobie.
I think Aspinall.
Or Aspinall, both reasonably Manchester, Liverpool area.
Yeah. That Cheshire area, shall we say.
Mm-hmm. Go on then. Netherlands.
Oh, easy. I know who Michael picks all day long.
Dirk.
No.
Barney.
No.
Oh, Vincent.
He picks Vincent all day. Actually, to be fair, I think he would try that, but I also think Vincent would tell him not to be stupid.
Yeah.
I
see the friendship there. Who do you think he'd pick performance-wise? That he's going to gel with?
So, I actually think he would be very sensible and get people on side in the venue. I think he picks Barney.
You reckon?
Yeah. Because Barney's still playing, okay, he's not playing as well as Dirk top end, but he's still playing a reasonable level to do a job.
Do we think that the support they get, even in Germany, by picking Barney would outweigh the drop-off that you'd get in ability between Dirk and Barney right now?
Yeah, I do.
Team Australia, Damon Heta as captain.
I think he picks Whitlock out of just pure respect.
Yeah. If Cadby had played 10 Pro Tours by now, do you think that's the same answer?
Yeah, I still think I think he picks Whitlock.
Team Belgium. Does Dimmy still pick Kim?
I don't think he'd have the balls to not pick him.
Knowing that Mike De Decker is probably more in form?
I don't think Dimmy would have the balls to do it. He still calls him Captain Kim.
Yeah. Where else are we going? Brendan Dolan at the minute in Northern Ireland. This would be a big one. Does he take Gurney or does he take Rock?
I think he takes Rock. But then also flip the coin because they're all close. If, say, Gurney, but I think both Gurney and Rock would pick each other over Dolan as well because of camaraderie and pace and all that.
Yeah.
We'll come back to this because I like this. But James Wade has beaten G-Man being 6-4 as our last 32 game is underway, and it is Daryl Gurney against Scott Williams. Wright would pick Anderson anyway, so that's not an issue.
They would now. That conversation was very different a few years ago.
Oh, yeah.
Robert Thornton, anyone?
And that argument all brewed from the Premier League.
Correct. Mace, are you still in the chat room? If there was a Seniors World Cup or Seniors Pairs event next year, who would you pick to play with if you had the choice?
Jamie Hughes has one back, but still tries Mensur Sulovic. 3-1 Dmitry Annenberg, 3-1 up on Christoph Kachuk. On board number 2, Scott Waite, Bradley Brooks, level at 5 apiece.
Do you reckon any of the seniors have got big enough cojones, shall we say, to be aware of the fact that Peter Manley probably isn't in the top 16 or so players you could pick from on the seniors tour? But he would wind the hell up out of both of your opponents at the same time.
Yeah, when you're throwing, Manley's doing a number on them at the back of the stage.
Yeah, he's got both of them dancing on strings. A bit like, was it Nico versus Kim the other year, and Whitlock's just at the back going, "What on earth are you two doing?"
Yeah.
Chat room, you get involved. If you were picking for your country, 1, tell us where you're from or which country you'd be representing. And 2, which player on the tour at the minute would you pick to play in a pairs tournament with? You are shitting me. That's a great tackle. Repeat. So if you were a professional and there was a pairs tournament coming up, World Cup, and you were captain and you could pick which teammate to play with, who would you pick? Let us know where you're from. So Stan says Kim and Dimmy for Belgium. Don't pick both, Stan. Imagine you're one of the players. Who are you pairing yourself with? We need to take in Damo. Paul is taking Michael Smith. Charles is taking. Do you mean Danny Lauby? Because of his pace. Is that how I'm interpreting that? Bob is taking Willie O'Connor to play with him from Ireland. Stan the Belgian is taking Dimmy. Punch my iPad. Daniel James Pace. Interesting. Wong says Wales and play with Burnett. Wouldn't stop laughing all tournament. Literally got the option of Gerwin Price right there, and you're like, nope.
I want Burnett. I can get behind that pick. Sorry, guys. Also, off the back of this, playing fantasy darts, if you could see a World Cup team from any generation play together, who would it be?
Phil and Eric. Next.
No, I'm on the same sort of lines as you. Ando and Jockey.
Phil and Eric.
I'd love Gary Anderson and Jockey Wilson. Could you imagine?
M-Dog says he's playing for Scotland. Did he take Alan Suter? Netherlands should, of course, pick MVG, but Dirk van Dijvenbode is more fun, I reckon. He'd burst your eardrums, let's put it that way.
Just ask Matthew Edgar about the torture he had to endure with Dirk van Dijvenbode. It involved a 4-hour car trip.
Mm.
Luke Humphries just getting underway against Mike De Decker in the last 32.
Who would you pair with, Phil?
Who would I pair with? That's a good question. I can't make my mind up. It would either be Smith or Cullen.
Yeah.
Scott Waits has beaten Bradley Brooks in a noble 6-5 to the former BDO double world champion. Just getting underway. Graham Usher and Gerwin Price back on the stream. I like that. Bulling up, Gob. Price. First one hits the wire, falls out, doesn't even move. Next one plops it straight in the ball.
Solid. Walshy's taking Tom Allies. I love that shout. The sooner Tom Allies gets on the seniors tour, the better. For Tom, the worse for everyone else.
I'll tell you, I'm loving that. Juanita's picking Nico and Damo for Australia.
Interesting.
In his prime, people genuinely don't give Paul Nicholson enough credit how good a player he was.
There's too much that came with it, isn't there, to acknowledge just how good he could have been. And Vandenberg, a 6-1 winner over Christoph Kutschuk. That race for World Cup pairing.
Gary Price takes the opener against Graham Usher. Kevin Bonesco's 3-1 up, Gob. We haven't seen results like this from Iron Man.
Been a while. Mario van der Behada beats Stephen Bunton 6-2. Why is there no feature game? Because I'm absolutely miles away. My apologies. What was I going to put up? I can't even remember now. It's probably already over. That's nearly done. Gezi Usher's going to be streamed for you. Let's go Humphries, Mike De Decker. Featured game up. Then Luke Humphries 2-1 up on Mike De Decker. Brendan Dolan 4-0 up on Eddie Lovely. Daryl Gurney 3 apiece with Scott Williams. That is the only World Cup race, isn't it, that all 3 spots are available?
I think so, yeah.
Darts Rankings has stopped letting me use the drop down to filter by countries for some reason.
Yeah, I think so. Scott Williams 4-3 up on Daryl Gurney. And Simon Whitlock is into the last 32. The Wizard beats Ricardo Petrescu 6-4. I just got a massive news flash come across the top of my iPad. Holly Willoughby has won the battle on this morning.
He's gone.
Philip Schofield has agreed to step down from this morning after 20 years.
How long until he's in jail?
Depends how long that super injunction lasts.
Or at least in court.
Mind you, the chemistry between them this week has been horrific, isn't it?
Yeah. Do you think there's no way she can't have known, though, surely?
No, look, they were that good of friends. She has to have known everything.
Yeah.
Has to.
When you think, how long ago was it that Catherine Ryan sat there going, one of TV's biggest stars is a predator?
Yeah.
It's like the worst kept secret in the industry.
I've just read his statement, and not once does he mention Holly's name in it, just about protecting this morning.
Interesting.
But yeah, that obviously the story around the super injunction and whatever, there's never any smoke without fire, is there?
Yeah. No.
Graham Usher, Gunner and Price level at 3 apiece. Mensur Suljovic has beaten Jamie Hughes 6-4.
That one can't be shown on screen. Welcome back, mates. By the way, you didn't get involved in our World Cup pairs fantasy. Fantasy's not the word to be using either.
We're going to get cancelled at this rate.
Yeah. Mates, question that I asked everybody earlier. If there was a seniors pairs tournament next year, who would you play with? Ooh, he's back on the board. You in Portsmouth?
No. I think Mason's back next week, Danny, I think.
If we pop down early, making use of the facilities in the house.
Scott Williams is 1 away against Daryl Gurney. Luke Humphreys back in front against Mike De Decker.
The Chief. Oh, I rate that. I don't think people realise just how good a dart player Colin McGarry is.
I'll tell you what, this is some game between Price and Usher Gob on the stream. Look at the numbers.
We love the numbers. Yeah, 110 plays 102. Graham Usher took out 141 for a 12 dart leg previously. This will be brutal from Luke Humphreys.
The big fish. I think he's missed the ball.
He's missed the ball, and De Decker missed the first dart and switched down.
Yeah.
Kevin Dukes leads Willie O'Connor 1-0. Tagansky 4-2 up on Vincent van der Voort. That gap will be narrowing to Christoph Kachuk. Neil's averaging 110. He is 4-1 up on Jermaine Watermainer. The moment I turn the stream off to have a wonder about what else is on.
Daryl Gurney going all the way with Scott Williams. That one's 5 apiece. Into the Noble they go. Getter in Price levels up against Usher. That one's 4 apiece. Carry on, boys. Let's make this one best of 21 instead. Warming up, Josh Rock against Simon Whitlock. Nice tidy little battle there. Do we think, Gob, as well, that now that we've got 4 streaming boards, they will hold quarterfinals to all go at the same time?
You'd expect so. Haven't they been doing that anyway, to be fair to them?
No.
At least last... I thought quarters had. Or close enough to it.
Well, they tried to, but in the end, they just let them go.
The one concern is how slow this board 1 has been.
Yeah.
This is still a 64.
That's still a 64, and the 32 on stream board 4 is probably going to end very, very soon because Usher and Price are serving up an absolute Brahma.
Watermainer and Zonneveld are similar.
Yeah.
4-2. Vanessa wants 1-1-5, which would close out the match. It doesn't go there. I've just seen the score on Dark Connect is already a leg better off for Daniel Closer. Scott Williams beats Daryl Gurney. Does that give a bit of breathing room to Brendan Dolan and actually invite a bit of pressure here to Daryl Gurney? A lot of our talk today has been about the fact, can Daryl Gurney and Josh Rock overhaul Brendan Dolan? But actually, Rock could be number 2, and it would be Dolan and Rock over Dolan and Gurney, or a combination of those.
Great game between Gunnar and Price, and Graham Usher comes to an end, and it is the Iceman who gets the better of the gambler. So is Kevin Burness due straight back out again now, God, pretty much?
He is. He is against Dave Chisnell.
Right, literally, Andrew Davis is marking that board. Just tell him to stay there. Tell him not to move. William O'Connor levels up to a piece of Kevin Doots. Neil Zonoval just kicked off with a max when he's throwing for the match. That'll do.
Mm.
Luke Woodhouse absolutely battering Lee Evans into submission. 4-1 gob, averaging 111.
Yeah. How did Luke Humphries lose that match? I looked away. He was absolutely flying.
Yeah.
That's not gone well. We're still sort of penned in by what we can have as a feature game. We've already had Cullen, so I think Rob Cross Scott Waits is going to be the move. Or Damon Hector Ryan Joyce. Juanita, are you still about?
Let's go, Oz.
Wrong player. I'd sing Hetter's Walk On, but nobody knows what it is at the minute.
Have you seen your football score as well, Gob?
Go away. Was never a penalty either, the first one. Not the first one, but the one they had.
All I've seen is the scores.
They've missed a penalty as well.
Have they?
Yeah. And Alisson's made a worldie of a save. Also, Casemiro scored the goal of his life. Oh, that's a bit harsh, Jamie.
Josh Rock, Simon Whitlock just getting underway on streamboard 3.
I think Barzy's got the edge, though, on that question. His memory's better than mine. And the fact he's 12 years older than me, so seen a lot more than I have. What would Hector walk onto in the Premier League?
I've got no idea.
Because at the minute, it seems to be almost dance or trance or piss around. Not piss around. I don't know a better word for it. But whatever style of music it is also relevant to where he's playing darts.
Yeah.
His local songs. So in the Premier League, what's he going to walk onto in Brighton?
I do like to be beside the seaside.
But it doesn't really fit the style of music he's walking onto at the minute. Like, the problem with a lot of that kind of music we get here in the UK is it comes from other countries. Things like Eiffel 65, Blue, and Aqua, Barbie Girl.
So I reckon, as Brighton as an example, he either has to come on to something by Fatboy Slim or the Kooks.
Have you just Googled what bands are from Brighton?
I knew Fatboy Slim was, but I was looking at what other bands, and the Kooks.
It's got to be Fatboy then, isn't it? For Brighton.
Yeah. So yeah, Norman Cook, because I've been a lifelong Brighton fan all this. So yeah, for me, he's got to come on the side with. I'm not sure walking onto Naive works.
No. Nottingham gets us down to what? Jake Bug? Thank you.
Or something Robin Hood themed.
Yeah.
What would you walk onto in Liverpool? And the obvious choice is the Beatles, but I don't think that's an option. Because I remember Stephen Bunting wanted to, when he was the challenger there, and there was an issue sorting the licensing out for Beatles music.
Am I right in thinking the Beatles aren't on Spotify either?
I don't think so. Or so there is.
They're one of the ones that weren't. They are now. They're one of the ones that weren't when it first launched, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. National anthem in Liverpool. Boo! God save the king.
I'm never. I don't like it when any national anthem gets booed.
Me neither, and that's weird as a Liverpool fan. But if there is any, no, I'm a Liverpool fan, but I'm not from the city. If there is any city in the country that has more of an argument to do that than anywhere else, it is Liverpool.
Dieter Hedman, thanks Rob, has won the first ADC women's event. Nice to see Dieter going and playing the ADC events.
Believe she beat Rihanna Sullivan in the final 5-4.
Also, call me a cynic, Gob. Spying mission as well. Call me a cynic and all that.
That's what I'm not getting involved in.
Why not?
I don't do politics.
Get off that fence.
30 seconds after saying the City Liverpool can boo the royal family all they want.
Yeah, that one didn't work well, did it?
This, by the way, Mars ice cream is right up there.
Oh, it always has been, yeah. Kevin Dukes has been winning O'Connor 6-3 on board 14, 94.79 average for the Dutchman. Whitlock in front against Rock. Simon Whitlock currently averaging 105.07. Right, can we get Kevin Maness back on this stream now? It's taking way too long to get him back.
That was it. Joe Aldershaw. She's a fantastic player as well, by the way. Ryan Joyce is hammering Damon Hester right now.
Yeah, the heat.
Sam says it's a risky game doing UK region related walk-ons as an Aussie. Could come across as taking the piss a bit. I'd agree with you. I'd agree with you if we hadn't spent the last 30 years attributing Australian music to Land Down Under at every opportunity and dropping a Rolf Harris joke. Probably what we deserve.
Is Rolf allowed, or is he on the he shall not be named list?
We'll find out if we get demonetized, won't we?
Somehow Lee Evans has come back and he's won 5 on the spin. Luke Woodhouse was in complete control at 4-1 up, averaging 111, and he's lost 6-4.
Ouch.
That's going to sting. Liam says, who do you think wins the finals night of the Super Series tonight? I think Chaz Barstow. Oh, look, Mike Warburton's got a history as well of a finals night. He knows how to win.
I don't know if I've got there. Let me have a look.
No, Fallon's not in New York, Jamie. She played quite well last night. We had a little chat with her. James Wade's beaten Graham Hall.
Do you know what? Tonight's the night it happens, Philip.
Are you going Thornton?
I am.
As soon as you said that, I knew where you were going.
I am.
The Thorn, Robert Thornton.
Tom Taylor looked very, very good.
Yeah.
Is Thornton an underachiever at the PDC Worlds? Ooh. Good question. What is he? Two-time PDC Major winner, UK Open and Grand Prix.
Yeah, and he won the World Masters, didn't he, in the BDO days?
Yeah.
Ryan Joyce absolutely smashes Damon Hatter 6-1.
One quarterfinal only. I think the problem is you have to think about who he's played with in that era.
Yeah.
Thornton's peak time at that World Championship is the emergence of Van Gerwen, Barney, Lewis,
Taylor,
Anderson. You had the likes of Andy Hamilton go into semi-final after semi-final. James Wade.
I'd say to underachieve in that era, or to class someone as an underachiever in that era is hard.
Yeah.
Kevin Burness goes 2-1 up on Dave Chisnall. Where's this come from the Iron Man?
Would possibly be his best showing on a Pro Tour in a while.
Yeah. Feature game. I reckon we go cross weights the end of that one.
Sorry, yeah. All 16s, is that what's going on right now?
Yeah. Yeah, I agree, Chris. Thornton's career has been glittering. Whitlock Rock level at 4 apiece. Good game, this one. And Burness has found an all-important break and throw, and he's now 3-1 up on Chisnall.
It's not been high-flying Chizzy today. He's been struggling through the first two, but...
Yeah, it's been very gritty from Chisnall.
Who do we see winning it from here? Oh, we still got an entire 32 game to go. Hendricks versus Dolan.
I think it'll take a special performance to beat Going Price.
Yes.
And I know that's boring, but he's just the class act in the field, isn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Rob Cross, 52 to go in front and go within 1. This is still on throw, though, so... Yeah, look, Graham Usher's a fabulous player. And I'm glad, like we said earlier, I'm glad that we're now seeing the Graham Usher that we saw at the Super Series. Mason's got Price for me, and next Thursday, yeah, look, it's going to be hard to beat him in that he's just an outstanding player.
I've got Bully Boy for Thursday night. Well, that was my initial reaction on Thursday just gone when I did the Fallout bar. I do want to do some digging, actually. I'll let you know tomorrow.
What are you going digging for?
Well, since the format has changed to this, and the top four, the last 2 years, 4th place has won it both times. Oh, no, they haven't. They've won it and been runner-up.
Yeah.
I want to see how often the winner comes from the second semi-final. $154 from Chizzy got him level at 3 apiece. Josh Rock, 5 apiece for Simon Whitlock. Rob Cross wants 25 for the match to take out Scott Waits. Joe Cullen levels and Mario van den Behard of 5-5. Ando off the boil again. He averaged 103, didn't he?
Yeah.
Or have I made that up?
No, you're right. He was around that.
103.33. That's not off the boil. Joe Cullen was getting beat 5-1. Nice comeback, Joe. Yeah, the problem, I don't want to jinx this, is that he was 4-1 down to Darryl Gurney last night, leveled up at 4 apiece and lost the decider. Will today go better for him? Rob Cross mismatched darts. Scott Waits level at 5 apiece. Cross with the darts and a decider.
God, 4 of the last 5 winners have come from the first semi-final.
There we go. Did anyone to not MVG last year?
Yeah. First semi-final again. 5 from 6. Six from 7.
How many of these are just Van Gerwen mopping up after he did Van Gerwen things? You're probably going to go back as far as Barney now until you get an outsider that didn't come from the first winning it. But that
Right,
depends
so-
if they finish 4th or not.
So I'm back to 2016, and only one has come from the second semi-final.
I'm not sure to take that, as we've had really, really good number ones that have converted it, aside from Clayton.
Durrant won the first semi-final, beat us, and then went on to win it.
Yeah.
Johnny Clayton won the first semi-final, went on to win it.
He finished first.
The only anomaly
Van Gerwen last year.
is Van Gerwen last year.
Yeah.
The rest
And
is
let's be
dominated.
honest, Cullen won the first semi and nearly won it.
The rest is dominated by the first semi-finalist.
Mm-hmm. Joe Cullen did complete that comeback. He's a 6'5" winner. Rob Cross, Scott Waits, 4-5 apiece. Waits has missed starts here. Cross wants 9.
Which says to me he's missed starts at 18s.
And it goes in 3. Rob Cross into the last 16. And at the moment, you'd have to say he's favourite to reach at least the quarterfinals from there. He's in a quarter of the draw with Lee Evans, Joe Mernon, and the winner of Dave Chisnall or Kevin Burness. The next part of the draw, boards 5 to 8, will be Ryan Joyce against Joe Cullen and Simon Whitlock against Radek Sagansky. Bottom half, but top quarter of that, Mike De Decker will take on Jurgen van der Velde, and Gerwin Price will take on Scott Williams. And then Neil Zonneveld will play Kevin Dukes. And James Wade, quietly going about his business, will play the winner of Jimi Hendrix and Brendan Dolan.
Chizzy was 3-1 down and has just gone through the gears, and Burness can't live with him on streamboard 1.
Sort of more of what you expect from Chisnall.
Yeah.
And to be quite honest, it's pretty much what we've seen from Burness for the last 18 months. He was one of the benefactors of the early MODUS Super Series, or the online live league as it was at that point. Played seniors as well. Actually qualified for the inaugural World Seniors Darts Championship, but then won his tour card a few weeks later, so wasn't eligible to take that spot. And I'm just concerned about his lack of a higher gear to push on.
Yeah.
It does look like, oh no. was about to say it looks like they're going to hold all the games still, but Zonneveld and Dukes has been pressed as warming up.
Which means there is at least an official at the board. Price Williams also warming up. First time around, Chizzy has missed match starts and ended up in the madhouse. Burness poised on fifth. Oh, God, that's a drag low from Chizzy. Going to double one. He's nearer to the treble. Burness misses 2 darts to level at 5 apiece. He puts his darts on the table. He doesn't think he's coming back. Oh, last dart in hand. Chisnell pins the madhouse. Brendan Doden breaks back, levels up 2 apiece. Are your top 4 hopes back on track yet, Gob, or are they still?
No, we're in trouble.
So 1 game in the last 32 is left. That one's tied at 2 apiece. Jimi Hendrix and Brendan Dolan. How are we doing, Daniel? Hope you are good. Welcome along, everyone, in the chat room as we are here for Players' Championship number 11 here at Online Darts. Matt says, why do you think Price has been getting booed again? It was only... He hasn't really been booed an awful lot. He had a couple of whistles in Aberdeen, but he wasn't the only one. Nathan got whistled. Dimitri got whistled. I'm not going to lie, I didn't like the Aberdeen crowd at all. It was just random whistling at anyone. I get if you don't like a player, you get booed, but to just whistle at random players, God, didn't make any sense.
Yeah. Someone definitely had a bet.
It was, yeah, like if one player was getting it all night, it doesn't make it right, but at least you know that they're not liked, but it was like literally just random players getting it on Thursday.
Yes.
But other than that, look, Gazzy gets the pantomime boos now at the top of the walk-on, which you see him laughing and smiling about, but they're not... You can tell the difference between like a horrible boo and just a pantomime boo. But in the main, since Cardiff, it's been really good.
Yeah. And the thing that not frustrated me, I don't know how to say this, but perhaps I was a little bit more disappointed with Gezi for the way he reacted in the final because of how good it's been for 15 weeks or since he started wearing shirts and making that effort. Because the first sign of it not really going his way with the whistling this weekend, and he was gesturing to the crowd and whatever again.
To be fair, though, he wasn't the only one. Like Aspinall did it as well.
Aspinall gave it a couple of stares or whatever towards the individual. Gezi hits a double, turns around and starts giving it, ooh, ooh, and I'm just like, why would you fire them back up again? And at the same time, I think it undoes so much of the work that he's done for the last 15 weeks.
I get that, but in the heat of battle, it's not that easy to have your composure.
No, but that's something he needs to learn and something it looked like he was learning. But it just seems like he's learning that when it's going his way. And other players at the top have learnt with that far better than it seems he has.
I thought it was more interesting that Peter Wright got booed in Scotland. Dan says, who's playing and what time will it finish? So it's Players' Championship number 11, 128 in 128 players. Played down to one winner today. And I reckon the winner will be crowned somewhere between 6:30 and 7:30, Gob.
Pretty much.
Where is the Premier League crowd best for me? Where's the best Premier League crowds? Exeter's always good. I don't like the venue, but the crowds are always good in Exeter. Newcastle's good. Belfast, the crowd were just fighting each other. Dublin's always good.
I think it's to make this easier so they're not chasing boards or communicating to hold a board or they're coming over here next so they don't ever have a point where they don't have streams ready to go. You think this point now, the 16. Cody is now almost a reset point that they've started to bring into the last few tournaments anyway. And now they can decide which ones are going on stream when everybody's held at the same point. Because you don't have to worry about timings for anything other than everybody starting the 16 at the same time.
Yeah.
Yes, then Cody. He's been class, by the way. People were writing him off after 3 games of the season. He's been mustard. Oh, this might be off. No, the right player. He was on. Half the players were off.
What did you think of the little piece on Monday Night Football with Howard Webb about VAR?
Really liked it. I thought the analysis was really good, but they've had so much time now to prepare that.
Yeah.
I understand it's a FIFA directive that we cannot listen in live.
Yeah.
That's not a PDC decision. Fine. But I do believe, oh, for fuck's sake, that no way their players played that. That's bollocks. That is bollocks. Their player making an attempt at that makes that another phase. Their player plays it backwards to Van Dijk, who is in an offside position from the previous point of contact. Oh, the offside was a load of shit. Where was I? Referees should face the media post-match.
Yeah. Gezi now 4-1 up on Scott Williams in the last 16. Scott Williams averaging 99, but finds himself 3 behind. Make that.
But it was a deliberate action because he played the ball, Rob. That's the point. He's moved his body to deflect that ball. It goes into the path of Van Dijk. Therefore, he's played the ball backwards. His position from the cushioned header should be irrelevant.
I'm not watching, so I can't comment.
Shite. Dideka van der Valta is on streaming board 2 for you guys. Ryan Joyce, Joe Cullen will be on streaming board 1. Have they got enough games now where players haven't played yet for everybody else to be streamed?
No. So on that, actually,
Again,
I reckon Lee Evans against Rob Cross will be on one streaming board, and Joe Cullen, Ryan Joyce, Joe Cullen on streaming board 1. Those pictures have just come on.
Whitlock, Sagansky, and Evans Cross will be the other 2, won't they?
Whitlock's been on the stream board all morning, though.
Oh, yeah. Gerwin Price is already through. He's a 6-1 winner over Scott Williams. He's not hanging around.
He's thinking, what time can I be back in Markham for?
Oh, it will be Wade versus Hendricks or Dolan, won't it?
Yeah.
If Gezi wins today, I think he goes home.
I do as well. I'm with you. He got paid for last night. 12 bags for winning. Couple of days at home. Get ready for Thursday. Job done.
Yeah.
David
David
Evans.
is doing cricket. We're on TV here, third umpire, so at least watch it on TV. The problem with that is the conversation starts so much earlier than you see. Thought PDC said Smith was playing today. Jared Cole got a last-minute call-up, so potentially that was when Smith let them know. Although we knew Smith wasn't playing yesterday, so maybe not.
Yeah, I say we knew Smith wasn't playing yesterday.
What do you think of the League One playoff second leg where Sheffield Wednesday came back from 4-0 first leg defeat? Ridiculous. Look, you only get fairy tales and things like that happen in sport. Ridiculous. The way Sheffield Wednesday fans treated Darren Moore and the players after that first semi-final, I hope they're very embarrassed. Fair play to them. Do I agree with playoffs? Probably not.
Jimi Hendrix has beaten Brendan Dolan. So the last 32. So the last 32 is done. Right, get Jimmy off to the loo, let him have a quick toilet break, and then pop him straight back on against James Wade on stream board number 3.
Jimmy Riddle. So what isn't streamed? We've already watched them all day now. They're really messing up our coverage here.
Isn't being streamed.
Is Cross Evans on board?
What's that?
That isn't. Is Cross Evans on board 3?
That's on board 4.
Well, I'm going Whitlock, who's averaging 67. What a decision.
Rob Cross has taken the opener against Lee Evans on stream board number 4. To be fair, they've Smith, Van Gerwen, and Price have all wired it a few times, haven't they? They've given it a good go. Joe Mernon takes the opener against Chizzy. Chizzy only averaging 76 in that first leg. They've clicked the warming up button on the Wade Hendricks game. Joe Cullen is in a spot of bother here. Two down, and his throw's under a bit of pressure again. If you win the World Cup, are you a major winner? Cullen streamboard number 1.
Column 1, De Decker van der Velde 2. De Decker flying, by the way.
We think Wade Hendricks is going 3 and Cross Evans on 4.
There's nothing else on it that might suggest so, yeah.
Is RVB here? Yeah, RVB lost in the opening round, so he'll be back tomorrow.
There is, Bob. Streamboard 1 is Joy's first column. Just give it a little refresh.
Interesting. Little update from Leicester. Well, via Instagram picture. It's a picture Keane Barry's posted of driving on the motorway. Unfortunately, after the first day of PDC Players Championship weekend, I'm forced to pull out of the next event due to medical reasons.
Interesting. So Jared Cole got a call up today, expecting that to only last 1 day. I wonder if he's already started to make the journey home. Unless the reason Jared got a call up today and not tomorrow is that somebody above him in the Challenge Tour rankings is playing in the Super Series finals tonight and will be in Leicester for 1 o'clock tomorrow. Is that possible?
So where is Jared Cole?
Challenge Tour 37th. Places above.
So
Alan Sherrock. Harry Ward got a call up. We know about that one earlier in the week. Henderson already there. Crabtree already there. Whitehead already there. Owen Bates already there.
Yeah. Dom Taylor.
Scott Mitt. Dom Taylor, 21st. We expect him to be on the Pro Tour tomorrow then. David Evans is also playing in the
ADC.
ADC today. Is that only a one-day event?
No, weekend, and he won the first event today.
Yeah.
The one that stands out is Dom Taylor.
Yeah. Daryl Pilgrim, where's he? Is he in Europe? Is he one of the players that went to the associate member Euro Tour qualifier?
Possibly.
Gervin Denon. We can't be. If we get too many not playing again tomorrow, we can't be too far away. A Fallon appearance on the Pro Tour again, potentially.
Yeah.
Pilgrim at the Associate Nation qualifier, yeah. First of all, Rob, thank you for giving us such an interesting topic of discussion. Secondly, what do you mean you're watching other videos instead of us?
To be fair, I remember the Merv King one really well because it was cringe. You know, one of those videos where you can see he knows exactly what he is doing but can't say it?
Yeah. Oh, do you want the good news or the bad news, Phil?
I'll have me veg first.
The bad news is it hurt me.
The good news is your new chair's nice then.
No, better. I may have a drone.
Fair enough.
But I didn't know how to work it. It was a gift. I need some new batteries, I think, in it. They don't last very long. I'm not sure what the camera quality is like, and I definitely can't fly it, but I may have been prattling around with it earlier for the first time. Didn't know how to fly it, but managed to get it off the side in the kitchen, which is quite narrow, and then panicked when I couldn't land it. Made it fall on the floor, sliced my leg open, and then tried to stop the rotors with my fingers, and it bloody hurt. But I have a drone. I currently have 3 nice gashes up my leg.
So how did you cut your leg off with a drone?
Yeah. Well, that hurt, you know. I nearly decapitated the cat as well.
So all in all, you've had a productive weekend then, yeah?
No.
It's just slightly concerning that most of these top 16 games are all but done, and the other one hasn't even started yet.
She is.
Radik Sadansky takes out 101 and has beaten the Wizard Simon Whitlock 6-2. That one is in the ledger. Sadansky goes through. We've got pictures now on the other board. Wade and Hendricks just pulling up.
I mean, it's going to have to be our featured game.
Well, it is what it is.
But we are at that point.
Chisnell Murner's not being streamed.
I want.
Joe Cullen has a leg back, but still needs to find something as Rob Cross serves the bagel on Lee Evans. 6-0, ton topping average for Cross.
That win for Sagansky moves him up to £25,250 on the race to the World Cup of Darts. Just 3,500 behind Christoph Kachuk. A quarter-final win would cut that to 2,500. Reaching the final would put Sagansky above Kachuk.
Interesting. And Joe Cullen has found a break of throw. 5 apiece. The Rockstars dodged some bullets today, Gob. This could be the spark that reignites him.
Yeah, he went all the way against Mario van den Bohada. 6-4 against Cameron Menzies. 6-2 win over Jose Justicia. Yeah, absolute route by Rob Cross in the end over Lee Evans.
He starts the decider with a max.
Dave Chisnall's form just not quite. Look, it's been steady enough today. I think we're being a little harsh on Chisnall at times, but there is also the fact he's averaging 95 at the minute. 5-3 down to Joe Mernon.
Joe Cullen does seal victory over Ryan Joyce. Have any of you watched the various darts documentaries that are on YouTube? Yeah, I've watched most of them, Rob. I still like the blood on the carpet one. Where is the James Wade career at the moment, Gob?
In what regard?
He's slipping very much down the rankings at the moment, as we know. Is that fight, desire, and drive there to get back. And has he got the game to get back? And what I mean by that is that James Wade has never been a huge power scorer. And the way the game is going now, scoring is such a huge part of it. Can he add that to his game, or is that something that is just within you?
I think, for one, he's always been a very cyclical form player. He has been up and down for a long time. Perhaps not dropping to this level that he's at the minute or threatening with it. But he's never been, right, I'm going to be, despite the rankings, he's never been the 4th best player in the world for 18 months. But he's been there ranking-wise for a while, etc. The lack of scoring power, especially nowadays, is a concern. We've seen glimpses of him. We've seen him bang in 10+ averages, etc. I'm just trying to watch that front foot. He doesn't seem to be up on it, but I think he's had more difficulties with action over the last couple of years than perhaps we've picked up on.
Yeah.
That front foot leap he used to do was really bad. But my concern is that he just doesn't have the motivation. This time last year, he was 2 games away from winning the Premier. To be honest, for him, most of that, he didn't look like he wanted to be there.
How much would a win today help Wade's ranking?
Well, I've just seen a bit of emotion from him, a little bit of a come on, as Jimmy took leg number 3.
What's happening with the Kazoo sponsorship? Any rumours? Look, they've got a long-term deal with the PDC. Whether that gets honoured or not is another thing. But look, there's a long-term deal in place, so probably good. They're posting their obviously financial reports, losing millions and millions. That's probably Barry taking off of them.
Yeah. I do wonder how much of that is sat in a holding account or a deposit made on a commitment.
Yeah. Do we think Adrian Lewis will ever play professional darts again? I genuinely don't know. I hope so.
The longer he's absent, the less likely I think it is.
I genuinely hope so. However, I'm not convinced.
.009, beginning of his career was very fluid and smooth, hit loads of 9 darts and opens. Later, I think he adapted his game for better match play. A little. I also don't think you can underestimate the significance in being, for want of a better word, humbled by Phil Taylor. You're not running into players like Phil at Opens. There's a very, very big transition for players to make between big fish in a little pond and just another number. I've just seen something on social media from Guru. What was his? I forgot his name. Who won Super Series 2?
Raymond Smith.
Raymond Smith. And it's quite a long thread, and I'm going to go back and read it a little bit more in difference. But he talks about the mental struggles of being dominant in Australia, going away and realizing that actually you are just another cog in a system, and dealing with that. And I think Wadey probably experienced something similar near 30 years ago from a very young, confident, but not 30 years ago. He's not even 40 yet, but
If this 88 goes, this will hurt Wade because he was in complete control of this leg. That hurts. Wade absolutely bossed in that leg and handed it in. Adrian's still going to do exhibitions and stuff like that, but I just don't know what's. You reckon Lewis laughs back at that interview where he's talking about Price will be a nobody? Yeah, that one soundbite is going to be played forever and ever in the golf.
I mean, I don't think it's played enough. Play it more. On some sort of American-style hype mixtape.
James Wade, tops left to level up at 3 apiece. And this is a game that Wade should be 4-2 up. But it's 3 apiece.
Does this one count? Script it better.
Script what better?
A 90th minute equaliser from Bobby Firmino on his final appearance at Anfield.
Yeah, but a draw's not enough for you, is it?
Yeah, I know, but it's just Bobby, innit? Fuck it. Send off for the Dazzler. Bobby! I think he's going to cry. Is there actually 10 minutes added on? Because from what I've read, Villa have been time wasting the fuck out of this game. And there was a big injury.
Is that the technical term for time wasting, is it? So, potentially a couple of legs away from knowing our quarter-final lineup. So far, Gob, some usual suspects, but also a few surprises in there. The lineup so far: Joe Mernon will play Rob Cross. Joe Cullen will play Ranik Sedansky. Mike De Decker will play Goen Price, and Neil Zonoval will play the winner of this one.
Interesting little lineup. We lost the likes of Joe. No, we didn't. We lost Dave Chisnell in this round. We lost Samuel Whitlock in this round. Other than that, we'd already lost a fair whack of the seeded players. Obviously, we are missing some high-profile players today. Michael Smith not playing. Peter Wright, another. No Nathan Aspinall. Was an early loss despite 100-plus average for the injured Michael Van Gerwen. Good to see him playing. Given that injury in the Premier League on Thursday night, maybe that performance is what he needed as well, by the way, I think. Proof that he can get through a game without being in too much pain. He produced a good level, but actually overdoing it now does him no favours whatsoever. So get yourself back to the Netherlands for a couple of days.
Yeah.
Is Wade the best player never to win a world title? He's certainly in that conversation.
For me, he's the best player never to win the World Championship.
I think there's a fair amount of people in the world that would agree with that as well.
And I stand by what I said when we spoke about this before. If he'd have been stubborn and a bit of an arsehole that day and stayed on stage, he would be world champion when we had Wingate, because Adrian Lewis was gone all over the place. And if Wade had stayed on stage, he wraps it up, wraps the semi-final up, and I think he goes on to win the final.
Yeah.
And it would be nice that if he ever does, like after dinner speakers or whatever, and if he spoke about it, that is one regret in his career that he came off.
That'll hurt again.
Oof. 2 big finishes. There was an 88 and a 113, both after Wade had missed doubles, and now Jimi Hendrix is in pole position.
Dutchman is just one leg away.
One day all 16 boards will be streamed. I don't think they will. I think Matt was quite adamant on that they'll never get to a situation because, at the moment, the demand isn't there to stream all 16 boards.
One day or 16 boards will stream. No, they won't. Not for us, not for me, because they're dead after 4 matches anyway. The extra cost in setup compared to what they can get back revenue-wise from it won't be worth it. Plus, you're relying on venues with good Wi-Fi then. Everton have just scored a 99th minute equaliser.
Oh, wow.
And there's a fair few people questioning how they've got 9 minutes out of that.
Really?
Yes. Newcastle fans crying because we've got 10 minutes added time.
To be fair, though, that gives them breathing space, though. You're not winning today.
It's not over yet. That'd be mint. James Milner penalty to win it after Firmino backs the equaliser. Then the conspiracies really will start if we get 100 and something minute penalty.
Oh, Christ.
Jimi Hendrix completes the lineup for the last day. He beats James Wade 6-3.
How many minutes have you got added on in your game, Gob?
10.
Oh. Right. We are going to grab a quick break, as in ad break. But we'll be back for the quarterfinals on the other side of this. Welcome back to Online Darts, everyone, and here we are, Players Championship 11, and we are at the quarter-final stages, where we will see across the four stream boards Joe Mernon taking on Rob Cross, Joe Cullen taking on Radek Sadansky, Mike De Decker against Gerwin Price, and Neil Zonneveld against Jimi Hendrix.
Interesting. Oh, that's not my delivery.
And we have now played over 100 minutes, but Liverpool's Champions League dream now looks over as it's full time at Anfield.
As if you're cheering that. You were, what, 12 points ahead of us?
But I've been telling you since the start of the season, we're shit.
That's just deflection.
And I genuinely dislike Liverpool as a football club. Love the city. Because down where I live, there are too many plastic scousers that all I hear is them going on, and they've never been north of Watford. They do my head in.
You do my head in, but I still have to work with you.
Don't have to.
Players do not realise we can hear everything they're saying on board 3 and 4. Wade saying the markers are short, mic'd up, and I forgot to kill the mics.
Oops.
Is this event going to be on a big stage anytime soon? Not a Pro Tour, Tommy. That's the point of the Pro Tours. They're all floor events.
Yeah, look, I agree that not just James here. There's a few that need to change their shirts and everything like that. They need to freshen it up. Ando's one of them.
Yeah. Just sell your soul.
Oh, completely.
Dan Dawson on social media today says senior PDC quarterfinals before today. Dedeker had 5, Mernon 3, Zonneveld 3, Hendricks 1, Sagansky 1. They're all in the quarterfinals at the same time today. Cut-off for World Cup positions is Sunday. No, it's not. It's Monday. But technically Sunday. The end of the Euro Tour. Next weekend. Looks like Team Poland is going to be just as interesting as Team England. And the race for their final spot. Josh Rock, 16... 22,250 behind Daryl Gurney. And a further 10,750 behind Brendan Dolan. I think pretty much say Dolan's there now. It would have taken one of Gurney or Rock to win a Pro Tour today to just throw it a little bit open.
Yeah, he's all but there.
10 and 26 grand. Look, what is it, 12 grand for a Pro Tour win now? It's not beyond the realms, actually. A Gurney win tomorrow, no prize money for Dolan over the next 2, and a Rock just accumulate some sort of cash in a Euro Tour win next week.
Doable, but tough.
Are all the quarterfinals streamed? So
they've all got next match starting shortly, so
Stream 1 says Dedeker versus Price.
I've got my screens set at an angle, so I've got all 4 on one.
My internet doesn't last that because you've got me sharing the screen. When's the draw for the World Cup?
I don't know. You mean the live draw or the one they get? I mean,
There are groups in the World Cup, yeah.
yeah. Who do you think will win today? Going price for me. Said the same earlier.
Does your mate Michael know you're backing against him?
Haven't discussed it with him.
Does he know you've got other friends? Are you allowed other friends?
To be fair, like, I'm doing my bit. I've now got an MVG Dark Case gob, so look, I'm still friends.
No. On streaming board 1, it will be Mark Didaka going price. Streaming board 2, Joe Cullen, Radek Sagansky. On 3, you can watch Joe Monan against Rob Cross. And on 4, it will be Zonnevel, Jimi Hendrix.
Thoughts on who will win the World Cup? Wales for me.
I'm not liking the tone of social media at the minute. There was a comment earlier from one player saying that they were disappointed about the increasing gamesmanship, seemingly taking a swipe at their last opponent. I've just seen another tweet from Andy Hamilton saying, on a sour note, looks like the days of respecting your opponent and the others around you are ending. Threatened by a player's dad is a first for sure.
Was Andy Hamilton playing at the ADC today?
I believe so.
The other one, was that PDC or ADC related?
Don't know. Doesn't have a tour card anymore, so.
Or was that maybe the qualifiers?
They were in Germany.
Who's the other one?
It was Jack Main. He said, is a game of darts actually a game of darts these days? More and more tactics being played instead of just throwing the point and things. And I'm a good loser, but to lose to the antics and bullshit is another story. Shush emoji, but hey, such is life. David Schlichting replied as well, said, no fun this weekend. More mind games than anything. Don't mind playing that myself, but watching makes me ache. We have pictures from Gerwin Price against Mike Decker.
But also, look, I get that. But look, the more money comes into any sport, the more we get gamesmanship. Not just darts. This is in general. That the higher the stakes, the more people are willing to go to get the prize. AD Mason, get off my pictures.
You are?
AD Mason's on full board cam as he tries to straighten the board on stream board 4. But the other bit, God, going back, that threatened by a player's dad, that's a separate, different issue. But gamesmanship or whatever you want to call it, the fact there are no rules, there are nothing on it. So how do you judge what is and what isn't acceptable when there are no rules or nothing to go by? Where is the line in the sand?
Yeah.
Because a player will go, well, what rule did I break then? What did I do wrong?
And I despise that mentality. People just want to kick up for nothing. So the two players Jack Main lost to today were Matt Gies and Roy van der Grint. Darryl Pilgrim is in Germany, as is Andy Bolton and Scott Mitchell.
Lee, I haven't enjoyed Premier League football for a while. Last season, I actually really enjoyed watching the Scottish SPL because there was no VAR or anything in it. It was just old school football.
If all four are being streamed, I'm putting this one
on. Gary Price averaging 103 is 2-0 up on Mike De Decker. I've got to say, I like having all 4 quarterfinals on show at once. It's good.
For you, I can't see it.
Sadansky now 2-0 up on Cullen. Again, Cullen missing opportunities. It's a huge scallop in his dart that Sadansky's got. It's more like a meteor crater.
Oh, I could have a go with them. Not a clue, Bob. That is very up in the air right now.
Joe Cullen's averaging 109.69 and losing 3-0.
You know, last night when he told us he felt a bit like Chris Dobie at the minute.
Yeah.
This is comfortably his best performance of the day, and he's getting hammered.
Yeah. I tell you what, a push from Sedansky though. This is. They are a very strange dart though, aren't they?
Mm.
Scallop with a torpedo end as well.
I mean, they're working for him. This would put him $2,500 behind Christoph Kachuk. And I don't want to jinx things or look too far ahead, but go in price in the opposite half of the draw. Look, Rob Cross is 2.5 averaging 103 right now. But you'd rather be facing a Rob Cross than you would go in price in that semi-final.
Yeah, and Joe Cullen's just taken out 161 to get his first leg on the board.
I mean, I think you'd rather the winner of Neil Zonneveld and Jimi Hendrix, if I'm being completely honest, but that isn't available to you right now.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what Cross will do RE Premier League if he gets back in contention. Do I think Big Sam can keep Leeds United in the Premier League this season? That was a big point for Everton today. Lots of people talk about Forest taking points later. Just not going to happen, is it? Let's be honest. Where are we now? Leeds, 2 games to go, 2 points behind. Who have they still got to play?
They've got us last game of the season for one.
West Ham and you. Well, do you know what? That might be their get out of jail free card because you lot are shite.
Yeah, we are.
Hammer's safe. I'm going to say no. I think Everton will just shade it. That 2 points they have, despite having played a game more. Who's Everton's last game? Is it City?
Bournemouth.
I think there's a point there to be had. The answer is no then. I think Leeds might be down. And I don't think there'll be a side that come back up either.
I still think Forest need a point though, Gob.
Why?
Who did you say? Leeds have got us. And who else?
Leeds play West Ham tomorrow at West Ham.
Yeah.
And the new final game of the season.
I can genuinely see them getting 4 points.
And this is why we don't talk football on this show.
Right, that they will beat us. I'm not. And West Ham are safe, and all eyes are on that Europa Conference final. It's not beyond the rounds. Leeds could go there and get a point.
What's it? I don't think they'll beat you, to be honest.
Oh, at Ellen Road.
Yeah.
Ellen Road rocking, last game of the season. We've got nothing to play for and are genuinely shit.
It won't be rocking though, will it? It'll be rocking before kickoff, and then the longer it goes without them scoring or hearing other results, the more edgy and nervous it gets, and that atmosphere is incredibly horrible to play in.
Or if they score early, it's bouncing throughout.
Until they get the radios out and hear that Forest has scored.
But if that happens, that happens. But I still think Forest need at least a point from somewhere.
No. I think they'll be all right. Just. And it's not a compliment to any of these teams, by the way. A lot of them, whoever stays up, will stay up by virtue of the fact there are worse teams than them, not because they're very good.
Oh, yeah, agreed. Sodansky 6-1 up on Joe Cullen, averaging 107.80. Oh, sorry, I thought quarterfinals was first to seven for some reason. Oh, shut up. Ronan Sodansky has beaten Joe Cullen.
Ouch.
Mike De Decker trails Going Price 4-3, but is 10 points better off on the averages. De Decker's averaging nearly 104, but is behind.
Averages are just a guide.
Not a very good one in this case.
Scheiße.
And De Decker has found that all-important break back. Does this 135 go? Oh, surely. What a dart from Mike De Decker. The 135 goes. You know when the first dart on the 25 is just above, sat up to attention, you hit the treble and you can't not hit the ball.
Yes.
De Decker has Price on the ropes here. Trebleless visit from Price. Advantage, Mike De Decker. Even a defeat here, does Price go home tomorrow?
I think so.
De Decker in front. One away from beating Gerwin Price. He's taken out 135 and 101 in consecutive legs. That's the real deal, showing what he's all about on stream board 1. Five apiece. Do you want to get in a deciding leg battle with Gerwin Price? That is the question, Gob.
Probably not.
And we are going the distance. This is why he's so good. depending on this visit from the deck. Oh. But Price has slipped as well, but still in control. Price has stolen the darts in the deciding leg. But the Decker fires a 140 to get down to 120. Price matches it. So Price on 56. This 120 has to go from the Decker. Under extreme pressure from Price. Oh my, that is magical from Mike the Decker. The 120 goes.
Now then.
That's a little bit good.
Just a bit.
Because he has to move over as well. Wait, pick your side. Price had left 56 after 12, but the Decker held his nerve.
And there was one back.
So, one place in the semi-final is up for grabs. Zonneveld against Hendricks, all Dutch clash, and it's Zonneveld who was in front.
Decker Noppert similarities. Not really. I suppose action-wise, maybe a little. Yes, Jimi Hendrix will have played better games than this, but he is still on throw.
I think the Decker's action is better than Noppett's. I don't like the set in Noppy's action. Personally. But it works for him, where the Decker's is very much just a straight back and forward.
Yeah.
But Zonneveld looking at 16s to go within one of the semi-final. One away, and he has the darts here. Neil Zonneveld.
could be about to be a semi-finalist on the Pro Tour.
This one's just a little bit nervy and a little bit edgy from both, isn't there?
Just a bit, but perhaps that's because of how much is on the line for it.
Oh yeah, 100%. Zonneveld on tops, unless Hendricks can save his skin with this 100 finish. And he's made a mess of it, a right mess. So Zonneveld to win it. Goes in one. Neil Zonneveld is our final semi-finalist. So the lineup will be Rob Cross against Radik Sedansky, Mike De Decker against Neil Zonneveld.
Who would have predicted that at the start of the day?
We've got an Englishman, a Pole, a Belgian, and a Dutchman.
Walk into a bar.
So, chat room, who wins from here? Who are you going for?
Yeah.
Who are you all going for? Is the CDC underway already? I guess.
It's midday, isn't it? So it's an all-day qualifier rather than an evening.
Yeah. Oh my, this dude on. I need to make this picture a little bit bigger. So, Stowe Bunce is throwing now. Oh God, you've got to watch this game. His release is incredibly. I don't know what it is, but then Patrick Catchy is dressed like Peter Wright from the 70s.
Christ. That's an image. PDC Tour Event 2.
Bunce's release, sometimes it follows through straight, and his final dart, he almost takes his head off.
Seems like wants to fully extend but doesn't.
A couple of his last ones, he extends and then almost does the Brendan Dolan chop around his head.
I love America.
I do as well.
The weird and wonderful USA.
Sam says the CDC is the best PDC affiliate tour. Yeah, it is. It's incredible. I'm a big fan of the CDC boys.
Not religious, but thanks.
Thanks for subscribing, though, anyway.
Bunce changes his trousers and shirt for each match like Peter Wright. Trend setter. We are going to run a quick ad break while we wait for the semi-finals. Chat room, let us know who you think wins from here. Rob Cross, Radek Zagansky, Mike Decker, Niels Zonneveld. We will go with this one.
Take me home, take me on a ride. I got a good feeling about the colors lighting up your eyes. Take me home, take me to the sky. I got a good feeling. Tell me the only thing you are is mine now. Na, 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 na. I got a good feeling. Na, 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 na. I got a good feeling. Good feeling. You.
That song's definitely royalty free, but I'm a big fan of it, and I'm going to find it on Spotify at any point if I can. Welcome back to Pro Tour Live. Here, online darts myself, Jack Garwood and Phil Bars.
It is class tuning. I did well finding that one.
We are down to the semi-final stage here for Players' Championship 11. With a final four of Rob Cross, Radek Zagansky, Mike Decker, and Niels Zonneveld. Rob Cross surely starts favourite from here.
Yeah.
The only man in the field with a title to his name.
A senior. Did the Decker ever win a development tour? Or you're like senior title?
He's won development tours, yeah. A senior title, sorry.
Yeah, that's fair.
Zonneveld may well have development tour titles to his name as well, actually. And Radek Zagansky making a big move to put himself in Frankfurt in just a couple of weeks' time, paired with the Polish Eagle himself, Christoph Ratajski. Does today's results pretty much tie up the England jersey for voltage? Good point. I've been focused on Poland for a while. As it stands, where's Cross moved to? He has an £11,000 gap over Luke Humphries right now. A move to the final would make that 15, and a win today would make that over 19, just under 19, around 19. Can't move to the maths. In effect, yes. However, not impossible. Obviously, 12 grand to the winner outright. That's possible for Luke Humphries to return the favour tomorrow. And there is still the European Tour event next weekend to play for. Where are we heading to? We are in Sindelfingen next weekend. At the Glasplast.
The only thing, this may, and no title's easy to win, but this may be one of the easier Euro Tours to win next week, potentially.
Given the fact that a number of the big names will have to travel between Premier League and New York.
We know MVG's not playing because of New York. Do Smith, Price, Wright all do the same?
Potentially. Cheers, Bob.
Just waiting for him to get these into life. At one point, they were smashing through these. They just slowed up all of a sudden.
They made really good time, didn't they? Will there be a big reserve list for next week's Euro Tour? Doesn't the reserve list already exist?
The reserve list for the Euro Tour is already set.
Yes. How many of those will have had call-ups already? I wonder.
Well, the other one as well is obviously Price and Smith are involved in the Premier League final on Thursday. So if one of them wins, surely you want to go and celebrate instead of going to Sindelfingen?
Yeah.
Well, we've got the first one warming up, Cross against Dansky. So fingers crossed, it's not going to be too much longer for the semi-finals of Players' Championship 11.
No way.
Forest one up.
I've just heard quite a big cheer from a neighbour somewhere, and it's because Nottingham Forest have scored against Arsenal.
If Arsenal lose, City are champions today, aren't they?
Yeah. To be fair, there's been a bit of a around this city today. Oh, the owner is such a disgraceful looking thing.
Lucky Arsenal.
These latter stages are taking the mick. Come on, man.
We've got pictures on stream board 2.
Way that references have been handled at all.
What
And
do
that's
you
not coming
think?
from a bitter Liverpool fan, and it's just coming from
What do you? So, if City are found guilty of all those financial breaches, what do you think will happen?
not a lot. I honestly think it's too far gone now. I don't.
Well, your internet's gone again.
I don't see the decision makers and those involved. I thought so. Because the games are loading 2 secs.
Zonderveld races out of the blocks 1-0.
Can you hear me now?
Clear now.
I don't think they'll do anything. And that's the problem because it makes a mockery. It's a bit like Red Bull breaking the cost cap in F1 last season.
Yeah.
Because whilst they did break the cost cap last season, that contributed to a gap and they've been restricted in what they can do this season. The cars are still under the same rules and where is now? Yeah. What's the word? Well, I don't even know. But the success that Red Bull are having this season, when they've overspent the year before in a completely new regulations, in a complete new set of regulations, there's absolutely no way a continuation of that this season hasn't benefited from an overspend last season.
Yeah.
I'm not doing anything about that first season to bring them down. They're just going to keep doing that. I think Man's too long. I thought Sagansky taking forever to pull up, by the way. The City are mind because that's loading. Am I back? Can you hear me still?
Can hear you now.
They are attempting to change the lead investigator or prosecutor or whatever stage they're at right now as almost a delay tactic, I think, because apparently the person in charge is an Arsenal football fan, and because they've been title rivals this season, Man City are going to claim that will have an impact on their decision.
And I think that's a fair argument.
I do and I don't, because at that level of court, personal opinion shouldn't and won't come into it. It can't.
It shouldn't, but it does. Do you remember when Steven Gerrard was tried in a Liverpool Crown Court? Only subsequently found not guilty. Cross takes the opener.
And the thing with City now, it's very much the same as where we are with Red Bull, etc. And you'll get more of it. Other teams have now spent more money than Man City in recent years.
Yeah.
Which is an argument that just gets thrown around by football fans. But A, it's where that money is generated from. And if Man City have falsified sponsorship deals or overinflated them or exaggerated assets, etc., to get to that point, they've broken the rules to do so. A club like Manchester United have not, as much as you hate to say it, financially, they are massive.
Oh, ridiculous. Which is why the Glazers want to sell them for £6 billion.
Yeah. So whilst they have spent more money, it's money that they've generated within the regulations. It's not about Man City spending, it's about where the money's come from. And secondly, if they have been overinflating that for a period of time, they now have a squad. It's not about what they've spent this season. Yes, they went and got Haaland for less money than Man United went and spent on Antony and various other things like that. But their wage structure is ridiculous. Apart from United paying De Gea £375,000 a week, what a fraud! It's stupid because they can afford to attract players for lower. They can just go out and buy. At one point, Pep Guardiola had spent more on defence than the lowest 70 countries in the world combined.
Yeah.
Now, defence is in quotation marks there, a little sarcastically, but his defence budget was bigger than some countries' defence budgets.
Rob Cross breaks. He's averaging 111 right now as he leads Radek Sadansky 2-0. Declan's on about good game this one, level at 2 apiece. But what do you think about the 8-month ban for Ivan Toney at Brentford? Right, I've got a couple of things on this. One, I think they need to disclose what event he was actually betting on.
None involved him, allegedly.
If that's the case, that's fine. But that needed to be clarified for me, whether he was betting on his own teams.
Betting on your own teams is match fixing. He has been placing bets where he's not allowed to.
No, some of them are match fixing, but in terms of inside info, if you're not betting on your team to win, but if you're injured, so you know you're not taking penalties, but you know who the penalty taker is, you can bet on goal scorer markets and stuff like that. That's like inside info. So I just think it needs to be clarified what his bets were on, whether they involved his teams.
I don't believe so. I'm sure that was clarified at one point. I might be wrong.
I haven't read the ins and outs. If that's been clarified, I think 8 months is okay. My only caveat to that is it shouldn't have started until the beginning of the season because effectively he gets 2 months off of that because he's not playing because of the break.
I think the other way. I think it's harsh. Incredibly harsh.
I see. I don't.
Incredibly harsh for me. Especially when the FA ballsed up at one point in the investigation and leaked confidential stuff they shouldn't have done, which looked like it might get him off the hook completely, to be fair. And B, you can't constantly put gambling companies in front of these people as in front of these players or stars or whatever, as shirt sponsors, league sponsors, as various other sources of income into the league, and not expect them to interact with it.
But the rules are quite simple. You can't bet on football, the same as dart players can't bet on darts. It's the Betfred World Match Play, the Ball Sports World Grand Prix, but players know they can't bet on it.
I bet there are some out there that have, not necessarily through an account in their name.
But I can't, whether they have or whether they haven't, I haven't got a clue. But what I'm saying is that
I bet that there are players out there that have bet that just don't get caught with it. And the thing is, like, the whole concept of betting is A, it's a little bit of a rush for a lot of people, and B, you're there to try and win money. And let's be honest, a dart player knows more about darts than they do any other sport, or you'd hazard a guess at it.
But you look, Kieran Trippier got 10 weeks for 4 offences when he got his ban. Ivan Toney's had over 200 different offences.
That means he plays 200 bets. There's a difference. Like, if you're on a roll or a downturn.
Yeah, but each bet is an offence.
Yeah, but you can place 10 bets on the same game.
But it's still an offence.
They literally could have bet on the same number of matches.
Could, but this is over, what is it, a 6-year period or something? I think he's got off lightly.
I think they made an example out of him.
Sadansky has won back in the semi-final against Rob Cross. Rob Cross's average has dipped by 8 or 9 points. Zonderveld de Decker serving up a nice tidy affair on stream board number 2.
Zonderveld edges in front 4-3, still on throw in that one. Remember, first to 7 now.
Decker just looks like an angry man all the time, doesn't he?
Gotta get angry.
What's your thoughts on the Zonderveld throw?
Don't like it.
It's a bit elbow out, under.
I think there's more of a rock as well. There's a bit of leaning forward at the moment of release. Of the final 4, whose throw would you most rather have?
Oh, right. Just looking at. I would rather have.
This is an easy answer for me.
Sedansky's.
No, Mighty Deckers.
I don't like. There's two, for me personally, the pause at the back of the backswing is too long for me.
It is, but he sets it in the right place for me.
I just think that in a sport that is very mind orientated and you're overthinking, people overthink their throw, that extended pause at the back of the backswing can develop into other things. Speaking from experience.
I just think it's down. Elbow's decent, extension's decent, sets in front of the face where I like it. That's the one I'd go for. The pause.
Yeah, I'm not keen on. I've got faults in all of them, but I just from personal experience, I don't like the pause at the back of the backswing.
I think the pause causes darts to go low because you're trying to generate more speed than an action that doesn't have a pause. Momentum.
Yeah.
Oof.
Out of all four, which one's your least favourite?
Zonneveld's.
Cross for me. I've never liked.
One, I'm not left-handed.
Sedansky getting back into this one. And Job, at the start of this, Rob Cross was averaging near on 110. That's dropped now to 93, and Sedansky's is going up. Are things just turning in semi-final number one?
Potentially.
Well, the 1-2-2 from Sedansky is brilliant. Treble 18, treble 18, double 7. The Decker is one away.
Pain. Mike Decker is one away though. He is 6-4 up on Niels Zonneveld. .95 average, plays 93. some responses from Neil Zonneveld on his throw. 6-4 down. He's 1-2-1 after 9. May well have to produce this kind of scoring for the next 2 legs as well, though, if he's going to progress to the final. Leaves 8 after 12 darts. Any 9 darts today? Not that we are aware of, Sam, but that doesn't mean there hasn't been one. I haven't seen anything on socials. Nobody in the chat room has told us we've missed one. As Rob Cross takes out 130 for a 5-3 lead. That might just swing the game back in Voltage's favour. Zonneveld did pick up leg 11, but it's Dedeker with the darts. And that is why you don't use the 19s, because now you've got to start there again.
Is this cross confirmed for the World Cup now? Not mathematically, no. Look, it would then take a massive overhaul, but not 100%. But Mike Dedeker is in the final. The real deal beats Neil Zonneveld 7-5. Sedansky with a bit of ferret canting there to leave on the side. So I'm slightly running the stream 168. Then 98. Gob, ferret canting at his best.
Solid. Can't beat it.
Gob, can I leave you to hold the fort for 5? I actually need to go to the production meeting.
I suppose so.
Thanks. Back in a bit.
I'll take you out of the screen then. I don't want to sit and stare at them coats. Let me know when you're back, Philip. From cross, millimetres away from a 6-3 lead on the 129. Went double on the 18s. First one in, second one just outside. So nearly 6-3, could very soon be 5 apiece. And it does go 5-all. It's a best of 3 from here. And you have to say, after the last few legs, Sagansky is the man with the momentum. Phil Defo got on toilet. No, he is in Portsmouth at the MODUS Super Series. Obviously, they are live shortly. Have I ever tried the cross darts? Yes, I have. My mate has a set of them. He still throws them, actually. No, doesn't. He's back to Dennis Priestley's at the minute. They're just a little bit too smooth for me. And actually, they come up a little bit thicker. So I throw AD Lewis Gen 2s, and they look similar. But actually, Rob Cross's are a slightly thicker barrel. Wow. Rob Cross fires in a 160 checkout to lead 6-5. What can you do in response, Radek? I have the Gen 2 23 gram. It's about 6.5 mil wide, 48 mil. Yeah, it's just a bit chunky for me. Might have a throw tonight, actually. Get my arm in. I went back to back the other night in practice. 7 perfect. And then I hit the 7, going for treble 19. Solid. Is Radek partner of retired skiing World Cup or Bielecki? So Bielecki doesn't have a tour card, so he is not included in the race. It is currently between Krzysztof Kachuk and Radek Sagansky, and a win here for Sagansky would put him into, excuse the pun, pole position. As it stands, he is £2,500 behind Krzysztof Kachuk. I've got 8 barrels of the Gem 2 Lewis's. And that's a nice 11 dart leg to send us all the way. Rob Cross has the advantage of throw. Let's not forget his World Cup spot is under threat from Luke Humphreys. It's an extra £4,000 to the winner of this game. Minimum, potentially 8 if they go on and reach the final. If they go on and win the final, sorry. Yeah, the other darts are thrown regularly were the Gary Anderson World Champ 2 rings. And I threw Simon Whitlock's for a while. Thumb at the back. I tend to have 3 fingers on, pinky off. Full. I like the back of the thumb quite flat. I don't think I have any fully made up. This is one spare one I've got. I need to get the broken point out. I've got some alum powder. Like that. This one may be just on the point sometimes. How did Peter Wright go today? Well, he didn't lose. He didn't play. As Rob Cross wants tops to seal his spot in today's final. And it goes in through voltage. will take on Mike De Decker in today's final. That will be in a few moments' time. I'll be back on the other side of a quick ad break. I'm just going to fiddle around with the screen a little bit, and then we will look ahead to that final. Welcome back. Then Morgan says swear he hates tops after Cross took out 40. Quite possibly, mate, because he went low on that, inside on the 10, and pinged double 5 last start in hand to make it to the final. Sagansky beaten, ends £2,500 behind Christoph Kachuk with tomorrow to play. I'm not sure if either of them are in Sindelfingen next weekend. Let's have a look. In 2 seconds. What is the event called? The lack of Wikipedia pages for Euro Tours is incredibly annoying. European Darts Grand Prix. Do we have a field bracketry? Not out yet. Event information? No. Tournament news? No. No idea. Angela Kirkwood versus Samantha Curtin and Dieter Hedman against Von Sauer Willis in the second ADC Women's semi-final. Good to see a couple of those names. Angela Kirkwood's been brilliant the last few weeks, actually. Dieter Hedman looking for back-to-back titles. Keenan says Cross will win it. Chat room, what do you think? Who will win today's final? As we said already, it is Rob Cross against Mike De Decker. Let's have a quick look what's going on over in the USA. Keith Way is currently 1 apiece against Jason Watt. Rob says Mike. Scotty says feeling De Decker power score him. Matthias says Mike will win. Any more predictions? You're in school with Mike Dedecker. Good to see. What was he like as a student? Was he well behaved? Andrew says, I think Cross wins the final easy. Here's the most experienced player. Former world champion, of course. I know one of those darts tried to replicate Bristow's throw. Now, I've seen plenty of people with Bristow collections, but never quite Bristow action. The problem with Bristow's action is it broke down, didn't it? So, Matthias says he deserves it more than Cross. He was Belgian champion table football. Was he really? I feel like that should be said more. You know how there's niche little things that we learn to know about dart players? That would definitely be one of them. Andrew says, I predicted Cross very first post in the chat today. If you look back, 5.5 hours of chat, Andrew. I'm not scrolling that far, but I believe you. Bob says Mike Dedecker will win his first event today. Rob says Mike will win easy. Plenty of you backing Mike Dedecker right now then. Still waiting for the players to be ready. It will be streamed on PDC TV. We're going to show the Dart Connect live scores. A quick reminder that they will be slightly ahead of what you see on PDC TV. So if you have a PDC TV subscription, just hit pause on us for a few seconds and make sure that what you're seeing on screen with the scores going in doesn't spoil what you're seeing on screen for us if you're watching both. If not, I'll talk you through it the best that I can. And maybe even Phil Bars when he returns. Come on then, guys. Get them going. Quick reminder, me and Phil will be back tomorrow afternoon, once again from 1 o'clock with Pro Tour Players Championship number 12. Me, Phil, and Leah were back on Monday night for the Live Lounge. I forgot what it was called then, which is 100% a dart show. Let's not forget that. Two hours of us talking. Don't forget, we're looking ahead to the Premier League final this week. Plenty to talk about after last week's dramatic ending. The Euro Tour will have... we will know who is going to MSG for the US Darts Masters and for the World Series event on behalf of the CDC. Liam says Cross to win. He's picking up form as with the last Euro event semi-shows. When starts the final? Good question, Rob. Hopefully very, very soon. They're at the mercy of the PDC. There is no official start time. Hopefully very, very shortly, Lou. They are warming up. That means movement. Hopefully that means the officials just tap the iPad. They're currently bulling off. So we should have images for you very, very shortly. Final chance, chat room. If you haven't already predicted the winner, let me know in the chat, including your score lines as well. I forgot to ask some of you that already. Reminder, a race to 8 for a Pro Tour final these days for the right to claim £12,000 of ranking money. He's gone to the production meeting. I'm not sure what he's doing tonight, to be honest. He's definitely not on comms, though. I believe it is a Chris Murphy, Glenn Durran, and Henry Deacon treble of some sort. That's 24. I have no idea what that is. Pictures on the stream. They might be on yours, Bob. They're not on mine. Let me give it a quick refresh, see what happens. We do have pictures of the up. Bang in the middle for the Decker. After Cross had already hit it. Outside the 25. And that's also outside from Rob Cross. We'll go again with Rob to throw first for the bullseye. That's a 25. That's a 25. Go again with Mike to throw first. This could take a while. Rob Cross has won the bullseye. Here we go then with the final first to 8. And it is advantage of throw with voltage. But very, very quickly, Mike Decker wipes that out. You spend all that time bulling off to make sure you throw first. Open up 43. And your opponent bangs in a maximum. Interesting. Back in control, though, is Rob Cross after the Decker goes treble loss for 2 visits. First shot at a finish will go to the former world champion. 1-2-2 starts on 18s. He's up 68. Will he come back? This will be a 15 dart break for the Decker. Doesn't go. Talking of coming back.
Hi.
Hello, Philip. That was a terrible time for a meeting.
Yeah. I can't say who, but I think there's another withdrawal tomorrow. So again, the list might be going up.
Someone else there tonight been invited tomorrow.
I'll WhatsApp you. I can't say who it is on.
The Decker pinches the opening leg. Good response this from Rob Cross in leg 2 so far. Just eking ahead by virtue of 2 treble visits. And now he does still the throw. So in good position to level straight back up with a break. And he's got 6 darts from 98. Something tells me if this treble 20 is in, it would be a 3 dart takeout, not a 2, because you tee it up. Let's see if I'm right. On stream shortly. Cross leaves double 16. Yeah, first dart is in. Does he go straight at it? Scores a 6. He just block it. No, he does go for 6. Misses outside.
He runs for cover.
Yeah. But the right decision. Look, if you're not going to be under any pressure, you could tee up a more favourable double. And it is 1 apiece. Back on throw. Now a best of 13.
This seems like this is going to be Cross's first title in a while as well, if he wins.
Yeah. He's been there or thereabouts on a Euro tour recently.
Yeah. Kept running into Luke Humphries in finals, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Dieter into the final again.
Unsurprising.
That's what she does.
Yeah, he's played for Sam Willis in the semi-final.
I think it's the end of a long day for Mike.
So far, but look, if this 1-4-1 goes,
If the 1-4-1 goes, game changer. That's a little bit good.
22 points down in the average, 2 apiece. Doesn't matter what you're doing on your opponent's throw. You can average 1 on your opponent's throw. You're banging in 100 on your own.
You know what we'd call that?
Wading.
Prime wading.
Oh, it's lovely. And he gave it a fist pump. Gwah!
Yeah, absolute prime wade.
What are you doing tonight, Phil?
What, on the Super Series?
Yes.
No, I'm not on comms tonight. I am behind the scenes tonight.
Face for radio, folks. That's what it is.
However, you will hear quite a bit of me in June on comms.
What? I can't be far off a call-up.
You've had one.
I am.
Yeah, for the Super Series, just not on comms. But yeah, no, in June, I think I've got 6 or 7 days.
Wow, what's the story, morning glory?
We can always get a bit of champagne supernova in.
.74 in 2 for a cross, a 14 dart hold, moves him 3-2 in front.
That's also a good reply off of the back of the 1-4-1 as well.
Mm-hmm. That's the issue for Mike here. That first visit, he opened up in the very, very first leg with a 180 against the darts. And since then, his first visit in the match, in each leg, it's just inviting pressure.
Agreed. Agreed.
A lot of the chat room are saying they fancied Mike De Decker because of his power scoring, but it just hasn't shown up so far. Rob Cross actually the man scoring far better.
Yeah, it's not really worked for him yet, has it?
No.
Got some work to do. This is a huge moment. And Cross has taken it.
That's the break, which now means Mike Dedecker needs 2 of those if he is going to win this match.
Yeah, and he just made a mess. Only getting a dart at the ball on 74. It's kind of criminal, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. And again, that first visit just isn't enough from Mike Dedecker right now.
No.
Needs to get that first dart higher, and that is a consequence of the pause at the back of the backswing.
Which is why I said I didn't like it.
Having said that, all 3 of those were above the treble.
Right.
Who do you guys think we're in the Premier League playoffs next week? I'm backing Michael Smith, despite the fact 6 of the last 7 have been won by somebody that plays in the first semi-final.
I'm backing Gerwyn Price mainly for that reason, and the fact he's blooming good. But I just
he is blooming good, but I'm relying on the fact this is in England.
This is England.
This is Sparta, as Michael Smith defeats Gerwyn Price and boots him off the stage down into a bit of despair.
Oh. Could you imagine?
Would certainly get people talking. That's another 72 checkout for Rob Cross. He's now averaging 106 in this final. The best part of it, 105.83 is the official number. Rob Cross looks to be heading towards another Pro Tour title.
It's still hard to believe he's not won a Euro Tour.
A European champion has not won a Euro Tour. Like, it's just lunacy.
Do you think he's world champion, match play champion, European champion? Yet there's a Euro Tour title missing.
Yeah.
Bonkers.
So who's this? Where is this cover up for Dedecker? 180, 140. You watch him leave a 24 in. No, 16. Oh, close enough. Cross should start on 19s from 303. Looks like he might have done. Dedecker with plenty of time there to take out this 81. And it goes in 3. Just a hold, though.
Just hanging in there, isn't he, at the moment? Just hanging on to Cross's coattails.
Still needs 2 breaks, doesn't he? That's the problem. There's always that scoreline. You're holding to get back to within 2 constantly rather than to get back level.
Yeah.
This is an opening.
Agreed.
Here we go.
This is what we're talking about.
You know how we were talking about if captains could pick their teammates?
Yeah.
And how Dimitri still calls Kim captain?
Yeah.
Would a recent Pro Tour win for somebody of similar age to you, somebody that you've competed with on the Dev Tour regularly, somebody that you were also in a stable with for a long, long time, change your opinion on that?
Possibly.
Virtually identical legs so far, which means Rob Cross has the advantage. Dark horse. I'm not sure there is a dark horse of the World Cup.
No, I don't think there is.
Big hold from Rob Cross, set up by that 127, takes out 92, and he's 2 legs away from £12,000 and widening that gap on the World Cup of Darts race for Team England.
Big, big moments.
Can Mike Decker make the World Cup for Belgium? I don't think so. No. This was them on 110, 122, 147 possible. Or he could just break Kim Ibrak's leg.
Yeah, I was going to say. Or just go and do a number on him.
Yeah. Rob Cross first to a finish here in leg number 10, and another breaker throw would surely symbolise the end for Mike Decker, and it's 6 darts at the 144 for voltage. You know exactly where he's going to start here. He made this route his own. 140 and 144. He loves the treble 18 segment.
Yes, he does.
What the bloody hell has he done there? Cheers, Rob. Timing. Do you know what I reckon? He's hit one, had a bounce out, and then hit a single one. That's a single 18. Grow up, Rob. I don't get that. 100. I mean, the 89 goes regardless, but he went single 18, single 19 to leave 107, then went back for the 18s. Am I missing something?
I don't get it.
I mean, it pays off, and he is now throwing for the match and the title. 17 points better off in the averages over Mike Decker. This is not the level we've seen from Decker so far today. His last few matches, 95 against Zonneveld, 105 against Gerwin Price, 88 against Van der Velde, to be fair, 91 against Luke Humphreys. Battled through at times, but at 105...
Well, he's been consistent for weeks or months now, is the thing. So, like you said earlier, this has been on the card. This isn't a surprise.
Yeah. Well, get your cap to Q score then, David. Or get him on TikTok or something. You'd make a fortune.
It's getting close, Gob.
One, 4, 6. This could go. 19s, 19s. Double 16.
Woohoo! That's a bit good. Let's watch this on the stream.
This could go. This did go. Rob Cross takes out 146 for an 8-3 victory over Mike Didecker. Lovely lie. Smashing the next one. Double 16. A look up to the heavens.
I was about to say that.
From Didecker. Thumbs up and a well done. A little bit disappointed there from Mike that he hasn't quite replicated the level we've seen from him so far today. But superb from Rob Cross. An 8-3 victory. 101.59 average in the end. Bangs in 3 maximums as well. 61% on the outer ring. Even when Didecker was close, he just wasn't given that extra opportunity, was he, from Rob Cross? A solid performance from the former world champion who wins Players' Championship number 11.
Yeah. Look, it's been a good day all round, really. 4 streaming boards for the first time. So, happy day. Bobby's experimenting with the microphone there. But no, look, absolutely superb. Thank you for your support as always. We'll be back tomorrow for Players' Championship number 12. And I'm expecting a few different faces by the sounds of it.
Yes, yes, yes.
I fully expect Gazzy to go home. I don't know that, by the way, but I just think that the Premier League final boys have had a day. They can clear off home with 1 or 2 others. So it could be all changed tomorrow. Scott Williams is poked his head around the corner. But so, yeah, it could all be changed. But look, everyone, massive support. Thank you very, very much. We have been Online Darts, and we'll see you all tomorrow. God, pleasure.
Bye.
Take me home, take me on a ride. I got a good feeling.